welcome to the Seahawkers podcast. I'm your host, Brandon Schultz, and today I am joined live at the Clearwater Casino with a couple of my good buddies. We've got Clinton Bonner, we've got Adam Emmerich. Clinton, how you doing, buddy?
Brandon, I couldn't be more fired up. We're sitting here on beautiful Puget Sound at Clearwater Casino, year 2 for us guys. And Adam, this year, last year was cool. What's cooler about this year's draft party?
Oh, geez, let us count the ways with all of the guests that we have lined up for you guys today. It's going to be awesome. We're going to start with some of the folks here from Clearwater Casino. We're going to talk to them a little bit. We're going to go through some of the draft picks that we see other teams make that pick ahead of us because they're not as good as us. They didn't win the Super Bowl. So It's going to be a really fun day. We got beers flowing. This is going to be awesome, boy.
We got people coming in live, joining us out on YouTube. I see Thad is in the chat. We got James Stradley. We got Josh Dahuman, who is on his way here. He's going to be joining us live. And we've got a bunch of folks lined up for guests. I see William in the chat. We got Chris Smokehock, Nelson.
Nice.
Welcome to everybody who is joining. Yokai Hawk joining from Shanghai.
Oh, amazing.
We are just getting started, and we have all kinds of folks joining us right now as we're gonna marathon through this draft day, gentlemen.
Yeah. Like, look, the burden of picking 32nd is what it is, right? So it's just more celebrate, let the board come to us. We'll react, but throughout the day, we're gonna have Seahawks legends on. We're gonna have Seahawks current champions on, and we're going to start with some of our boys here from Clearwater Casino and Eddie McMillan, who also was a Seahawk back in his day as well. Who is the man?
He puts on this entire event. It's beautiful. It's so fun to be here. We're so appreciative, and this is going to be a blast, boys.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so who's coming off first? Is it you, Eddie? Who's it? Let's go.
Come on in. I'll get the microphone ready for you there.
Here, I can hop out. Whatever you can.
Okay, there we go.
Come down here.
Perfect.
And Chuck, you can go over there by him.
Okay.
Where's Carlos?
He just ran in. He's a busy man. He's running this whole thing right now, and so he's
All right, there's a video. There we go.
There it is. Good stuff. All right, so who do we got?
Okay, you got
Charles, let's get some introductions from folks. Why don't you go ahead first? Get
meet in a bit. Yeah.
Get on up
Now,
close to
let
the
me tell you
microphone
about
there.
Charles. He sponsors our football camps for Thomas Ross. Of course, Curtis, we run the casino. They do a lot of things for us. So,
Good stuff. All right, so I'm staring up down here. So Boys and Girls Club, you're decorated in that, right? So I think most folks know most folks understand what Boys and Girls Club is, but what's like the mission? What are you guys focused on day to day, year to year?
So I run the Swinomish Boys and Girls Club, part of the Swinomish tribe located up in LaConner. We actually fall under Snohomish County. So 27 clubs under Snohomish County Boys and Girls.
How many?
27.
Oh, that's a lot.
Yeah. So we were fortunate enough to partner with Eddie and Shelley last year to run a football camp. So we had a free youth football camp with our local LaConner Swinomish kids and some Tulalip, and let me also have boys and girls clubs. So we invited some of them. We're looking to expand a little bit more this year. Still free, still invite only the youth, and it was a fun time. And just gave me this opportunity to meet and be part of something like this. It's great. I'm very appreciative. It's awesome.
We know you do great work.
Indian tribes, they wouldn't give me no fish.
All right. So over here, so name again? Curtis. Our man Curtis, and you are with Clearwater, yes?
I am with Clearwater,
Okay.
yes.
And Carlos.
Carlos behind me.
Carlos
snuck in right there. And this is year 5, right?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right?
Yeah.
Year 5 that you guys are doing this. How have you seen it grow throughout the years, and why is it the best year yet?
It's grown. I mean, with you guys here, this is really cool. We're really happy to have you guys here. And we started it, and we only had one of these rooms for the first year. And then it just kind of grew in 2 rooms the last 3 years, the whole room, 10,000 square feet. And, working with Eddie and getting these players, recent players, current players, and then legends, it makes it, and people like Earl Thomas, right? I mean, it's just nuts. It's nuts that we were able to bring them here to Kitsap County and have people in Kitsap County, not have to get on a ferry to go over there. over to Seattle, spend the day in Seattle, but to in their backyard. And so that's what we've tried. We strive for. And Carlos, being our entertainment manager, has done just that. It's been awesome. We do other shows here and things like that he's been selling out. It's just really cool. And then it just seems like the draft every year gets bigger and bigger.
Yes.
Even in Nashville, and it's just getting bigger and bigger because I think it becomes more and more important. And so to be a part of that and to kind of get ahead of it, being the 5th year, it's been nice. It's been really cool.
You guys have an amazing facility here. Like, we are out in the lobby. We're looking out over the water. In front of us, we've got the windows here. Just an amazing place. Gosh, we've got Seahawks fans who have funneled in.
Yeah, we got King Joffrey Johnson, Indian Earl Thomas, man.
We have got all kinds of folks. So big thanks to Curtis.
Yeah, thank you, Curtis.
You want to hop on here? You want to?
That was
Carlos.
So
Favorite moment from the Seahawks season?
This is really tough for me. As a Rams fan, putting on a Seahawks event is really hard. However, I will say no one saw the Seahawks winning the Super Bowl this year. It is very well deserved. Their defense was outstanding. Your offense was just as great. And you have to give credit where credit is due. You guys did a fantastic job. But however, leading up to the draft, I hope you guys have a really draft bust. That's all I have to say. That's all I have to say.
I don't think I could hope for even a better answer from you, actually. So that's perfect.
You know what? I used to like him too.
We appreciate that. Look, this is what it's about, though, right? You are a super fan of the Rams.
Yep.
And, sometimes you lose the NFC Championship game where our quarterback outduels your quarterback. It's okay. It happens. It did happen. And but you guys are perennial favorites. The NFL still loves the Rams. So when the Seahawks get a chance to beat the Rams 2 out of 3 times, it does feel a little extra good, as you understand, because you are a fan.
And I will say, I feel like the Super Bowl was played Seahawks versus Rams
It was.
a week before. Great game.
So very, very similar to Seahawks 49ers, another rival that we both could hate together. But Niners Seahawks 2013 NFC Championship really was the Super Bowl. And this year it really was Rams Seahawks. Everybody understood that the real talent was in the NFC this year, and it was by far the best challenge.
Very much so.
And we're excited. You guys are picking 13 because of the trade last year with the Falcons. Now you jettison your later pick to the Chiefs because you got McDuffie. And so you're a Rams fan. It matters to us because it's our biggest rival, right? What do you think the Rams need to get over that top against Seahawks?
I mean, honestly, a secondary. I feel like they have a really young linebacking core, defensive lineman core, but definitely secondary. I will leave you guys with this. At least we can both hate on the Niners, right? Go Niners!
Wait, so we got a Rams fan over here. You're not going to sneak up on me and say you're a fan of another team.
Oh, no, not at all. Seahawks, all the way. Always
Favorite Seahawks,
will-
apart from the Super Bowl, favorite Seahawks moment from the season?
I will tell you just my favorite moment today. I got to meet Warren Moon. Shelly had set me up to get some autographs, and that's I told her I feel like such a fan because I've seen Thomas Rawls, of course, come up and did our camp, but it was great to see him and the other players. But to meet Warren Moon and just be able to talk to him, get a picture, get some autographs, and all the items that I've got today are going towards our first annual auction gala on May 30th. So, looking to get a few more autographs on the items that we've got, and we're going to put those in our raffle and auction. So, but I guess if I had to say, it's such a. I was also a high school football coach and a youth football coach, so just being able to watch good defense,
Yeah,
it is my favorite part of with this community. It was just great to see. So looking forward to, you know, we can do it again. It's not going to be as unexpected as it was this year.
Yeah.
But, you know, we're going to come out firing. So, just happy to be here with this great event and, you know, be able to be on here. This is not fun for me, but I'm happy to be here.
So before you go, give me one prediction for the Seahawks in 2026.
One prediction.
It can be, it doesn't have to be like a record. It just has to, just something that you expect to see from our team coming up in 2026.
I just want to see us win within the division. And we know it's a tough division. So I want to see us, you know, not have a loss within the division. How's that work?
I love it.
Can that happen?
Undefeated in the division.
Thanks, Eddie. Eddie's usually the one that talks so much. I'm not the one that's on the mic often. I have to put his on silent most of the time.
That's not a military secret.
Thank you all. This has been an honor.
Thank you. Go Hawks.
Here you go, guys.
All right.
Sit over there, guys.
Big thanks to everybody joining in. We got more folks going around here. We've got Ryan 911 joining us live with the 999 super chat saying go Hawks. Let's go first round running back or all. I think I'd rather go with first round running back. All right.
Oh, yeah.
We got Eddie sitting down with us, and who do we have here? Introduce yourself, please.
Do I need to put those on?
Justin Smith. They call me the louder guy, louder 12s, but I'm just a fan who loves the team, and I'm here to support anything that has to do with Eddie and the team and the former players, the currents, and anything to do with our team getting better and filling the holes that we just created with this last round.
Right on. Yeah, get on up close to the microphone.
You know, Justin is being a little modest. Justin is a super fan. Not only does he support CEC, he supports a lot of other foundations that current as well as former players advocate for. So, you know, it's an honor to have him here this year because we can always depend on him. By the way, Justin, what company do you represent?
So I work for Larson Automotive Group. I'm in the car business and sales, but I work for two different nonprofits. So Special Olympics and Mission Outdoors. So Special Olympics, obviously, everybody knows what that is. We just hosted an event in Grays Harbor, where I'm from, and it's a little community that really doesn't have a large budget. And the most they ever raised was like $4,500 in their celebrity basketball game over 4 years ago. In the last 4 years, we've raised over $200,000 for Special Olympics in Grays Harbor County.
Now, who did you have the event with this year?
So we actually brought Earl. I flew Earl in last month. We raised $57,000 for Special Olympics. And little tiny communities. Every community has to raise their own funds. People think that I give to Special Olympics, but each community has to raise their own funds for their program. So if they had old jerseys and old footballs and no gloves for baseball or no bowling balls, they don't provide it. They have to raise their own funds. So before that, they're doing car washes. They're raising money by selling baked goods. Now they do one fundraiser per year, and these former players come out and support this event, which is amazing. So Eddie's been a great help as well. Just everybody coming together and raising money for great causes is always something that I'm all about. And so these little communities that really don't get the love, and that's why I like this event over here, because everybody falls in love with Seattle. They get all the love, but what about communities like Paulsbo and over here in this area? So it's cool to see these guys come out. They've never been to these kind of. Look how beautiful it is. I mean, you can't beat this, right? You can't beat this view. So it's a blessing. And the Mission Outdoors is for veterans of PTSD. So I'm a board member for that, helping get veterans reconnect with the outdoors.
So with the veterans organization, the group that you do that work for, what are some of the things that if people want to find out about it and learn more about it, where do they go? What are some of the things, the activities that you're helping vets with?
So real quick, missionoutdoors.org. There's 22 veteran suicides a day. So to reduce that number, we get veterans reconnect with the outdoors through fishing, hunting, rock climbing, surfing, skiing, anything that gets them away from their thoughts and away from internalizing their feelings. Nobody commits suicide in a group. It's when they're alone, they turn to drugs and alcohol. So giving them an alternative and reconnecting with people is a superpower that people don't think about. Connection over isolation is always greater. So it's a beautiful thing that we do. And any more awareness we can give to that is huge.
Okay, so
I have to go real quick.
all right. Yes, we got over here. One more thing for you. You have a great outfit. You're ready for the draft. I want to know your Seahawks fan origin story.
Origins. So I was born here, right? Born and raised, bred here in Washington. And so I've always been a homer, right? But end of the day, I got involved with, I started a Seahawks group on Facebook. It grew up to like 30,000 members. I met Mama Sherman in a parking lot one time. So I started doing some Seahawks events. And then my buddy that owns the Beast Bus, the Seahawks double-decker bus.
You do what you want.
Do all the events for that. So we started doing a lot of charity events throughout the years. And that's how I got involved with doing events. Using the Seahawks love and fandom to raise money for causes is something that I'm always about.
That's awesome.
And so that's why I'm here, is to build relationships, right? Get to meet. I know Uchenna personally. I know Earl personally. I know Thomas Rawls, but getting to know Cody White and a lot of these guys is a big deal that they're here. And so it's exciting to kind of build more relationships and connections to further some of these nonprofit causes that a lot of people don't know about. People don't know about Mission Outdoors. They don't know about Special Olympics really in that small community. So that's why I'm here.
Well, it's cool to have you helping to organize so many fundraisers, helping out, and interacting with the players that are here too.
It's a lot of fun.
Really fun event.
So thank you guys for what you do, man.
Absolutely.
Getting the word out is huge, and every year it's getting bigger and bigger, and it's pretty amazing to see.
All right, one prediction for the Seahawks in 2026.
Well, obviously the repeat, right? You got to defend, and a lot of the big thing that people don't think about is John Schneider is the greatest general manager of all time, and he's got the greatest team. You got a great coach in Mike McDonald, and a lot of people don't know that Chuck is a great president, right? And so they don't really understand what goes into the finance side of the team and making sure we get these guys back. They think about 7 steps ahead of what these guys. So people are like, oh, you lost this, you lost that. They knew that was going to happen. They prepared for it. And so this draft is huge for us. It's not a lot of picks that we're going to have, but turning the script, and obviously we've always traded back. We do really bad with first rounders, except for the last couple of years. But now they've really learned their lesson when it comes to position players later in the draft. And it's going to be cool. I mean, going back to California to win 2 Super Bowls in California is going to be awesome.
There we go.
So we're going to repeat. It's going to happen.
SoFi this year, right? So.
Yeah, so we're going to bring the Beast Bus down there. It's going to be fun.
Perfect.
Yes, I love the repeat idea. All right, go Hawks, man.
Go Hawks, man.
Hawks, thank you for what you do. Appreciate it.
Yes, and over here, thank you for joining in with us. Could you introduce yourself, please?
My name is Dawn Weisdepp, and I'm the owner of P&W Sound Living. I am one of the main primary sponsors for CEC Marketing. And what we do is we do a kind of like a culmination of things. We help the players find housing. When they're new players, they're first drafted to our team. Doesn't matter. We get them out of the hotel. We get them in their leasing. We get them temporary housing, permanent housing. We help them buy, sell, and do all the glorious things that they need for housing. But more importantly, we teach them about investment strategies. So we basically help them make money while they're making money, and kind of see like the what's beyond football. Because
I like money. I like money making money. That's good, right?
Yeah. Like, use the purse that you get for maybe a tackle. You get $500,000. So use that, because it's not messing with your baseline. So you know what I mean?
I remember back in the day, Marshawn. They talked about Marshawn like never would spend a game check.
Yeah.
Like he did not spend a dime of his game.
And look where he's at now.
Well, he did good. Yeah. Marshawn's a smart guy, right? So he's funded into. And he just invested basically like bonuses.
He's got like a clothing line and all the things. So it's just thinking about what's beyond football, because you never know what's going to happen. What's the median ball range? Like someone's playing about 5 years. 5
Could be,
years
right?
Yeah,
Could be
it might
3,
even
could be
be
5.
less
Yeah,
than that,
right.
or less, right? Depends on if you get hurt or not. So that's what we help them. We help them with their investments. They can invest anywhere in the U.S. or overseas. Just depends on their flavor. And so yeah, that's what we do. We just help them out.
So you're about to get busy with a few new Seahawks picks coming in.
Yeah.
After the day, maybe some undrafted guys. Is it you work with no matter
All levels.
all levels?
All levels. Yeah, Uchenna is our main focus right now, but we're branching out to all the other players. Josh Job, Ernest. You know, we're working with a lot of the current players, alumni. Brady Russell is one of our guys that we work with.
Brady's great.
Woo!
Good dude, great
Yeah,
hair.
yeah.
Good dude, better hair. I
The
mean, come on.
locks. Can't get past the locks, man. So yeah, I mean, it's just it's great. I love doing what I do, and I love helping them learn about investments, because they think, you know, oh yeah, I can do fix and flips, and it's like, do you though?
Yeah. Do you know
Do
all
you?
parts
Because
of that?
it, you know, it's like educating them on that, and you know, maybe more doors is more secure for your money and things like that. So that's what we focus on, and we just try to help them along the way, during ball, before ball, after ball. You know, we even go down to the college level.
Very
Yeah.
cool. All right, so you don't have to get financial advice live, because I probably wouldn't
I
either.
won't.
Yeah, don't. But not financial advice. NVIDIA, what are you telling folks to go do? NVIDIA, like, where are they going?
I mean, what I tell them to do, like after ball.
Oh, like
Is that
during
kinda-
ball.
Or there's-
during-
I think Clinton's searching for stock picks.
Okay, so basically, if you want to just invest while you're playing ball, I would invest in something that you are hands off. So it's a passive investor. So what I mean is, like, when I say more doors, the more secure, for so many reasons I'm not going to get into right now. But basically, you're going to interlope your way into other people's deals as an investor, because that's what we're all looking for, are those people that have the money, right, to put in there. If you're going to buy a duplex and you're going to spend, you know, 60,000, because you have to put 20-something% down as an investment property, you may as well take that money and put it into a bigger deal that's going to double or triple your money in that time. And it's a short amount of time. So I suggest anywhere between 3 to 7 years that you should invest your money and triple it after that. And so that's what I suggest. And I, you know, just helping them. So I figure if you median, you know, time playing ball is 5 years, may as well make some money while you're doing it.
All right. Any Seahawks player success stories that you want to share?
Without sharing too much.
I mean, we're getting them there. I find that educating them on their investments has really opened up, like, their eyes. Like, okay, no, you're right. I have to plan outside of, you know, the immediate financials that we're making, especially when they have families, right? So it's kind of like, do we want to build generational wealth? Do we want to do some, you know, focus on that? So I help them with that. Yeah.
Well, really want to thank you for coming on.
Thanks for having me. And I blame Eddie for he set me up and then he ditched me.
He did.
He was nowhere to be
He
seen.
said he was going to come on.
He did. I watched him do it too. Yeah,
He
but
just left me here.
but you were in good hands. Let's be, you know.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
you
You're
for it.
welcome
Thanks for
to.
having me
Right.
on.
Yeah,
Thanks
go
for
Hawks.
All right, I'm gonna go.
And good luck. Good luck. Thank you. Deuces. I like your bag, by the way. It's cool.
All right.
Thank you.
We've got Desden, who's joined us live. We've got Saddler with a $5 super chat. Brandon MVP. Well, thank you very much. I will accept the MVP. And yes, go Hawks. We still got a little while here live before we get into some drafting. We got The Truth Is I Know It joining us live, saying I bought some white claws after it's joking. You like them for the caloric value, right? So you have turned The Truth Is I Know It to a white claw.
I knew I'd finally get a convert out of him because he gave me crap earlier. So, like, I'm glad that I'm preaching the gospel of a little less gut.
Look, the beautiful part about the claw is that no matter which one you grab, it's 100 calories and like the same amount of carbs. Like, okay, cool. You know what you're getting. And that's just flavor preference, which I kind of like, guys. I think that's, look, set it and forget it. And if I'm going to, if I'm going to party a little bit, that might as well be the way we party a little bit. So I like it. Great that we got a convert.
All right, we got the Snail joining us live, a member for 43 months.
Cheers, dude.
Need a guard with a mullet to play next to Abe Lucas in his cowboy collar.
Are we talking? He wants some Jennings early.
He wants some Jennings.
You want some Jennings?
Well, if you're going with mulleted guards, I don't think, is there any other option?
I think he's the prime option. There probably is, a secondary or tertiary, but Dunker's the Dunkaroo there, man, with the mullet for sure.
Yeah, did you pair that ginger with the ginger quarterback? That's a repeat Super Bowl if I've ever heard it.
It's something, yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be a lot of fun. I'm also fully subscribed to. I would be very happy if today ends and we have a guard prospect that we think is really good. We talked about this in the lead up, guys. Is that, look, yes, can you go chase an edge? Not to be like chasing edges, but can you go chase the 5th or 6th best edge? Potentially best edge. Can you go chase the 4th or 5th wide receiver off the board? What about getting the second guard? That might be your number one.
Hey, you're speaking my language. If
I know.
the Seahawks end up going ahead and actually investing draft capital again early into the trenches, whether that's offensive or defensive line, I think that's a recipe for success long term and for the short term. So I'd be a little bit more excited about that than maybe even going running back early, which I know is on a lot of people's minds, and rightfully so. Ken Walker departs, and there's a big hole there. Charbonnet with the injury, and we don't know exactly when he's going to return. There's a lot of reasons why you might look at running back, but I feel like in this sort of wide zone system that Kubiak implemented and that Flory is going to continue, the now Seahawks offense, as Mike McDonald puts it, you can actually put in a lot of different guys who are talented that can do things as long as you have the guys up front to make those holes. And so if they went guard a little bit early here in this draft, whether that's them trading back out of the first and doing it in the second, or even spending 32 on that, I'd be pretty fired up.
Yeah, I think running back in the first round for me would be a little early, considering, because I understand, like, in terms of need, it might be the top need. But when you think of the impact of the pass rush, when you think about the impact of having a strong offensive line, I just think that those things I feel like could be more impactful. And we got Emmanuel Wilson.
Yes, from the pack. Yeah. Look, I've been calling him, and I mean this in a positive way. I think he's a Charbonnet clone. Like, I watch him run the ball. I'm like, okay, I get it. I get like why they went out and got, let's call it, that type of running back, because he's young, he's affordable, he's got a good track record. I got some boys I think that are watching this, Johnny Parmesan and Chappie, shout out boys, that are both Packers fans. We signed Emmanuel Wilson, like, hey, that's a good get. Just a solid NFL running back who, it's about, are we going to replace the dynamicism of Ken Walker? I don't know, but I know that we got solid dudes between Halani, Wilson, and others, that it's a good room. The room could do the work. So it's like, okay, well, what do you want to do? Do you want to spend a 30-second pick on maybe that most dynamic running back? Or do you want to spend a 30-second pick maybe on really taking what is a good offensive line and throttling that's like a great offensive line? And I think that's a philosophy discussion above all.
So, Brandon, you had mentioned it just before Clinton was talking about backs here, about not maybe being quite as fired up about taking running back in the first round. But let's say they had taken Ken Walker in the first round instead of the second. Well, now you've got one more year of Ken Walker because of the 5th-year option. If you do end up replacing that dynamicism, which is a word I didn't even know I could pull off until I tried to start it there, right? But look, if you pick that guy at the end of the first round, now you've got that 5th-year option. You're able to control him a little bit longer and maybe keep the bones of the offense together. Because let's not get it twisted. As great as Sam Darnold was last year, and he was great, you can't take anything away from him. Really, the thing that started to make the offense click throughout the season was their commitment to the run game and actually making that the bread and butter of the offense. And it's something that I've been preaching about for a while. Brandon been preaching about for a while. Clinton, I know you're on board as well.
Yeah.
And look, we need to be able to keep that going if we want to have that excellent opportunity to repeat, which I think that we easily can.
We do. We want folks to be chiming in. We got more people joining. Hey, share this with share it with 1212s. This is a special day. We're fired up. And I saw a comment just before about, hey, if we get any of those guards at 32, and there was the idea of maybe still getting price, because yes, we we know mock drafts have a role. We're
Are we sure?
Just an education. Get around the
I think
players.
they just mock us.
But there are mocks out there that are showing price potentially falling to 64, and that becomes very intriguing. So the rush to maybe feel like you have to go grab a running back, where maybe be a bit more patient, look at some of those right guards that are there, and still we had a full show talking about choices we'd be very, very not just okay with, but excited about, that we think we could get at running back at 64 or maybe even 96. So again, we got a long day ahead of us. We'll see how the board falls, but that's going to be, I think, the watch party itself is just kind of be okay, what do the runs look like from the rest of the NFL? Because the cross we bear, guys, as Super Bowl champions is waiting. That's the game.
We've got Nate Schutz in the chat saying Price won't be there at 64. I'll eat my shoe if he is.
I don't know. Maybe they're tasty shoes. What type of shoes?
A thin shoe, perhaps.
Maybe it's just a flip flop, but I'm not sure it counts.
And Ace 448 saying a good guard will open holes and make an okay running back look good. And that's right.
Orlando scary. Anybody?
Well, and I feel like this offensive line, it really grew from the start of last year, and so the idea of improving and building upon that, it could definitely help.
Just want to give we see Price. So Abdi's saying Price will be there in the mid 50s. So this is what we're saying, right? Some people are like, he's going 32. Some people are like, nope, mid-second round. You can trade up and go get him if you really want to. I mean, hard telling, not knowing, because we will find out today or tomorrow. But I'm just not in a rush to go, I think, reach for a running back is where I'm kind of grounded.
Well, and I kind of agree with you on this, Clinton, because I'm not sure that there's a back outside of Jeremiah Love where that delta is huge between him and then the next guy. Like you're looking at Price and Emmett Johnson and who else did we talk about throughout that?
Jonah Coleman.
Jonah Coleman. There we go. That name always escapes me, even though he's a UW guy from right here.
Yeah.
Like I'm not sure the delta between like Price and some of those other guys is quite as large as say maybe at the top of this draft. So if you miss out on Price, does that mean that you missed out on finding that dynamic running back to plug in next to Wilson as we get going, or whether that's Kenny McIntosh getting healthy or
Halani? Let's give Halani some love.
Exactly.
Dude, the coaches love Halani. I mean, every chance McDonald and Schneider get to talk about Halani, they don't shy away from it. Even throughout the entire Ken Walker leaving, expose, whatever you want to call it, they were pretty front and center. They're like, no, we think Halani is actually pretty special. So I think he's going to get a chance to at least show a little bit more.
Yeah. And like you said, I mean, John has talked up George Halani every single chance that he's gotten. Mike McDonald has talked about it as well. And I mean, look, if it's in the hands of George Halani to keep the run game going until Charbonnet is able to get healthy and come back, am I panicked about that? Not even a little bit. Like, I think he's a very capable guy, and you pair him with Emmanuel Wilson and you can do things. Now, what I would panic about is the idea of not having somebody to pair with Charbonnet down the stretch, because we all saw this last year when we started out pounding the rock and the numbers didn't look as good as maybe some of the other teams that barely do it. We were able to really pick teams apart in the passing game, and JSN had his big breakout season, becoming offensive player of the year. And Sam Darnold was able to build on his time with the Vikings and replicate that here. And so you do need at least a solid run game to start. My concern would be is that towards the end of the year, when teams are finally like, look, we can't let the Ginger and we can't let JSN go out there and carve us up for 500 yards and put up 35 points. We're going to actually try to take that away by having more guys in the secondary, not having so many guys down in the box. And that's when the running game really came alive. That's when Ken Walker became the difference and became Super Bowl MVP. So if we don't have that guy that we feel like can carry that load at the end of the year, that's when I start to get concerned.
We got the truth as I know it in chat saying it would be crazy not to draft a running back in the first round if we can get a Pro Bowl level talent. And I agree with the comment. I just don't know if we can draft a Pro Bowl level running back in this draft unless we move up to, I don't know, the top 5. Because
Jeremiah Love Pro Bowl dudes that have come out of later rounds.
Pro Bowl guy.
Well, surefire, like if you're looking at it,
If you're
but
looking for a guy who you know is going to be a Pro Bowler, and I don't know if I can look at shoot. Kenneth Walker wasn't a Pro Bowler. I don't know if we need a Pro Bowl level running back for this offense to work.
That's the tough part is.
first off, Pro Bowls are BS anyways.
Well,
are you talking about maybe an all pro?
Well, they are, and they also become, it's a big politics and voting game. So it's very difficult usually for like rookie running backs to even crack that sphere. But I think what the truth is getting at is like just not passing up on like some obvious talent early. And if you have that conviction, and if John has that conviction, then so be it. They've earned that right, and that's a-okay. But I still look at some of those other dudes that I think will be available later that I think have the ability with a good line to be a Pro Bowler. So again, for me, it's like being a little bit more patient, a little like delaying gratification potentially with the running backs.
Hey, totally. And look, we have our opinions about that, but Eddie McMillan has brought up a few more super fans that we're going to get in here. Let's ask them, see if it kind of jives with what you guys are looking for in the chat here. So we'll grab a couple of those boys and we'll get them in here to talk a little bit about what might happen here in the draft and what they want to see.
All right.
Right.
None of this would be possible unless these guys were involved. They're the ones who run the casino, they're the ones who Barbering us to put this on each year to growing.
Eddie, you can come around this side and be talking to the microphone and let folks
I'll come over here and take my seat here.
We got Eddie sitting down to join us here. Yes, I don't know if folks caught what you were saying, but so we got a couple of folks here who are instrumental in making this happen.
This is our 5th year for this event, and it's grown every year. But I come from a football background, and everybody has their area of responsibility, and we could not be able to do this unless we had the people to assist us. And what I'd like to do is I'd like for you guys to introduce yourself, let them know who you are and what capacity you are with the casino.
I'm Ryan Ramirez. I'm the CEO for Port Madison Enterprises, which oversees and runs the casino for the Suquamish Tribe. We're the economic development arm of the tribe.
I'm Rich Purser. I'm the casino general manager.
Appreciate you joining us. And so you guys helped make this happen, and we got a lot of fans out here. Talk about what went into making this happen.
I mean, in terms of Indian country as a whole, we're incredibly loyal to the Seahawks and have an incredible commitment to sports in general in terms of us in Indian country. And it's just a natural progression of some of the love and passion that we have as Native Americans in terms of the love for sports, but in particular, our love for the Seahawks and the opportunity to kind of, get some of our players and some of our folks together to enjoy having a good time of bringing community to get it together is really an integral part of what we do, as well as just as on the broader scheme of things, it's really organic to the Suquamish tribe. Chief Seattle's tribe is the Suquamish tribe in that regard. The city of Seattle is named after the Suquamish Chief Seattle. And what he and the community here are really well known for is being good hosts. And so when you come to the Clearwater, you're going to experience an environment and a place where there's a lot of good love and fun associated with things. And we are always striving to live up to that history from time immemorial for the Suquamish tribe in terms of being good hosts and being a really strong representation of the community. We're really proud to be good hosts and really proud to have the opportunity to host the community as well as some of the players coming out and enjoying things.
When you guys have a big event here, obviously going on, we're giving away an award, right? Tonight?
Are we giving away an award?
Are we here for an award ceremony?
Warren Moon.
Yeah.
Warren.
Lifetime Achievement Award.
Lifetime Achievement Award for Warren. Yeah. No, and as a UW alum, both undergrad and law school, couldn't be a better opportunity in terms of having Warren Moon in the house.
Not Florida State.
No.
Three Shoes University.
No.
Warren's been out here many times. He comes out and for all the golfers. He don't golf, but he comes out and he participates, rides around, has dinner. So Warren's great.
you know, you guys have been wonderful, not only in sponsoring my event, but I understand you guys also sponsor a golf tournament for one of my former teammates. Could you guys tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, we're I mean, this is really more, you know, work and relationships that Rich has developed, but we're all, you know, really excited to continue to host the Mike Tice tournament. Mike has always been an incredible, you know, ambassador in terms of the community, and really is, you know, somebody who we've really grown to have a real good love and affection for. He's really a big giant bear of a man, but he's a really, really sweet dude in that regard. And so we've been able to host his golf tournament for a very long time now, and he does a really good job of bringing in a lot of Hall of Famers and a lot of different folks from across the spectrum in terms of whether that's, you know, baseball, football, obviously, but even some soccer and some basketball folks out. And it's a wonderful time. But, you know, not to steal Rich's thunder, but that's really his side of things.
And Rich, you know, you guys do golf tournaments. You guys also support our event. But I remember last year I was here. You guys do a lot of other events. You do concerts and different things. I think last time we were here before our event, we had an MMA. Could you guys tell us a little bit about some other events you do and
some of the other events?
Some of the other events you guys do, as well as the events that's coming up in the future?
Yeah, we have a couple concerts a month, either comedians or bands, and you know we have lots of different concerts, and we have the summer concert series on the lawn, which runs from July through in August. So we have those down there every Thursday.
Anybody special we should know about this coming?
Anybody special coming down? And the lawns are all usually just bands that are playing.
You have a lot of tribute bands this summer for the summer concert series. So I think I saw a Queen tribute band. I saw ABBA. I saw all kinds. Yeah,
we had Taylor Swift. We've had Leonard Skinner. There's all kinds of them. And
tribute.
They're great. They're great bands. They're great.
Great time. Enjoy the music. It's I don't know if if you're coming out and you want to do a hotel, you want to enjoy the music. You don't have to for the price of what it would cost to probably go see Taylor Swift. You can stay the night at the hotel and you get to listen and enjoy the music
and do some gambling
and do some gambling. Yeah. I mean, in terms of there is no more beautiful place than Suquamish in the summer. I mean, the views that we have, the lawn that we have in terms of the resort side that abuts up to the views, it's pretty amazing. If you ever get the opportunity to come out here, I think you will be incredibly impressed in terms of not only our service level but just the aesthetic beauty. This place is one of the most beautiful places in the world. Truly is. Yeah,
the sitting is outstanding. As a matter of fact, I want to tell you guys a quick story. We had Julian Love and some other guys, Uchenna, Kenny McIntosh, and some other guys came last year. And Julian Love called me up before the event and said, Matt, because that's what they call me, Uncle Matt, guess what? I just got my pilot's license. You want to ride over with me? I said, you have better luck trying to walk on water. But because of the atmosphere, the geography, it sits right on Puget Sound. They actually rented a float plane and came and landed at the casino last year to come to the event. That's how beautiful it is. So if you got a float plane, you can land it right outside and walk right in the casino.
That was last year, right?
That was last year.
That's cool. That's awesome.
Yeah. I told him I didn't want to fly with him. My new pilot scares me.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I'd have got on the plane.
I went back to take one for the team.
Was there anything else that you wanted to make sure that people know about the location here, about anything that's coming up?
I would say in terms of one of the other, some of the other bands that we have coming up are, Queen's Rights, Timu, who's a Polynesian comedian who is pretty popular on YouTube and other channels. Is somebody that we've got for 2 nights coming up here pretty soon. In that regard, and just generally in terms of the tribe itself, I think it's important for folks to remember that Chief Seattle is named, or the city of Seattle is named after Chief Seattle, and he is from Suquamish. He's born on Blake Island, buried down the street from here, across in Suquamish, and it's just important for people to to remember that when you think of Seattle, the original, tribe of Seattle is really the Suquamish tribe.
Yeah, that's really cool. Well, appreciate you guys coming on. Appreciate you hosting us at your event. And anything looking forward to for the Seahawks coming up this season?
Yeah, another Super Bowl.
Yeah. I was at the Super Bowl, so I can say that I was there to celebrate.
I need to hear Super Bowl fan experience then.
The Super Bowl fan experience. So I've been fortunate that I made the 2 Super Bowls that we've won. So if anybody wants to sponsor me to go to their next game, to the next Super Bowl, I will gladly show up so we can guarantee that victory. My experience at the Super Bowl was just really a family experience in terms of me and my wife were both big fans of the Seahawks and, had an incredible time. I mean, the first one, I got pretty raucous and pretty wild and crazy. This one, it was just me being very, very mellow going in and expecting the victory and the like. It was an incredible experience. Really cool.
Fans, that's the story we get.
Amen, brother. Amen. But it was a great experience, and just really excited to see who they ultimately get to bring in the house, because John has done an incredible job of being able to really find diamonds in the rough, and I think we've all got to give him a fair amount of discretion in terms of the work that he's done. He's been able to prove that his vision and his eyes and his team in terms of that he works with in the draft is really second to none. The ability to spot and identify talent, whether that's Nick in the second round last year, that obviously should have been a first round draft pick playing at safety, or whether it's some of the later draft picks. It's pretty incredible what he's been able to accomplish, and I'm just looking forward to seeing what kind of vision he has heading into this next round of things.
Well, what I really appreciate is that your experience then at the Super Bowl, you brought in 2 of the guys from a couple of my favorite plays. You got Rylie Mills, who went straight through the guard on his way to
that was really cool. As his first sack in the Super Bowl ain't a bad way to go.
And then you got Uchenna Nwosu, who intercepted the Drake May fumble/pass. And
look more like a.
And I'm not going to go because the only Super Bowl I went to, we lost.
You're now banned.
He was in Detroit. He was in Detroit, and since he went and we didn't win, I've gone 2 of the 3 other times and we've won. So
there we go.
You want to bet on me going, not on Rich.
Sorry, Rich.
Sorry.
Hey, I know what my effect is, so I stay home for the team. Take the team.
So if folks, for those who are watching, go to clearwatercasino.com. You hear us talking about the great view and everything. If you just go to clearwatercasino.com, you will see all of the pictures of the surrounding area, and you're very likely to then want to come out here because it's incredible.
It's beautiful. It's a whole lot closer to Seattle than you realize in terms of as the crow flies. It's around 10 miles away from Seattle.
We left from SeaTac and made it in a little over an hour.
And in downtown Suquamish, where the tribal headquarters are, just by the community house down there, you can look out and actually see the skyline of Seattle from downtown Suquamish.
Well, gentlemen, really want to thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Go Hawks.
Hey, go Hawks.
Next we're gonna have rolling.
Hey.
He makes all of the mirror work for all of the players. You guys know about blitz. I want to introduce you to Sack Squatch. Come on, Sack Squatch. Come on.
All right, we get the Sack Squatch in here. You got the Sack Squatch.
Great job. Great job.
Thank you, guys. All right, so Eddie, you were introducing our guest here.
Yeah, Roman Nelson has been affiliated with the team for a long time. We not only do we do galas and fundraisers, but we also do autograph signings for the Mariners as well as the Seahawks. And one of the things that is a custom for us and what the players look for is Roland made customized Seahawks for. So whenever we do something, the first thing the guys say is Roland gonna have my stuff there, because all the guys talk about it. So he donates to the guys, and also he makes it for private people as well as for the guys who do their foundation. But better than me, let me let Roland talk about it, because he's been. By the way, his son has a podcast. You see
You probably have heard of my son. Your partners have Seahawks Brendan Nelson.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so that's my son. Just total coincidence. I started this about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And I've met over 300 players and alumni. I usually give them one as a gift to sign on one for me. I've done a couple dozen Mariners, half a dozen Sonics, and even some rock stars. But they're made out of 12-gauge steel. I make them in my backyard. I'm just a hobbyist.
That's cool.
And I've met, like I said, over 300 Seahawks so far. And they all have one of these in their collection. And actually, I've heard the guys talking about, back and forth. And so it's gotten me to a lot of places I never would have gone. I got to go to Jack Patera's house for lunch about 2 years before he passed.
Yeah.
Up in Cle Elum. Spent the afternoon with him. Made a whole bunch of pieces for his family. I got to go to the VMAC and be on the family side. I got to go on the field, and I met Pete Carroll and Wilson that day, and they both got theirs, and I got their signing. So had a lot of adventures with it. It's more about the fun. And sometimes I auction them off. The hand-signed ones will usually go for $500.
Oh, wow.
And they go straight to a charity and donate the money, and then I award them with the prize. I don't run it through my books, but it's just a lot of fun. It gets me a lot of places I never would have gotten otherwise.
Yeah. So what inspired you then to really kick this off?
I've been watching the Hawks at 76.
Yeah.
I was looking for a new hobby about 12 years ago, and it's kind of an off-season thing for me, and I just started making. All of a sudden, this was kind of a no-brainer once we got everything up and running. We just won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So perfect, right?
So now is Drake going to make a new one of those now that he changed his number?
Did he change it to?
He just changed his number
this
week.
Nuoso I met before when he was 10.
He was number 10. Now he's number 7.
I've got 7, so I got him updated. Now I got to update him later. Oh, good. I can't keep track of these guys. Well, no, I got the original number.
Yes,
that's
true.
how you need
That's
to look
true.
at it.
That's a good
Original
point.
is always the best. And just by coincidence, my son, Seahawks Brendan Nelson, this is what he does. He loves Seahawks, and he's been going. We had season tickets when he was like 6 years old at the Kingdom, and he went with me a bunch back then.
That's awesome.
And he's Mr. Analytical. I don't know where he gets it. The apple falls far from the tree. I call him Spock Hawk because he's so analytical. He reminds me. I've been calling him Spock for years. I just added the Hawk thing once he got into the Seahawks.
Okay, so you started with the Seahawks, following them back when the team first started. Do you have a favorite Seahawks memory?
Well, going to Patera's house was pretty special.
Really?
Largent was always my favorite back then. Chancellor, I love Chancellor, and he even got me invited back to an event, a second year, and he loves my stuff. He'd take him back to wherever he was from on the East Coast there, and he would auction them off.
Oh yeah, from Norfolk, Virginia.
There you go. And he would take him back home, and he's probably I love Cam. They changed the rules because of things he did, but when you meet the guy, he's the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. He even remembered my wife, when he met her the second time.
Oh, that's
the guy's
cool.
really, very classy.
Very cool.
Probably the classiest one I've ever met. But
so, do you do things like this then? For is there a link to share for folks to go? Or
you can find me on Facebook under Metal Hawk.
Metal Hawk.
Right. My steel company is called Steelzilla, like Godzilla.
Okay. Steelzilla.
Steel in the front.
Yep.
And you can find the website, or I'm on Facebook, and my number's on there if you want to contact me. I love donating for events. Maybe hand-signed ones sometimes when I can, but it's kind of cool. People love them because they're different.
Yeah.
I just had someone in here that bought one a little bigger than this for $200 going to the charity. They're going to take it through the line, have everyone sign it. It's going to be a one of a kind.
Very cool.
Right, so.
All right. Well, appreciate you coming on. Go
Thank
Hawks.
you, and good luck, guys. I've watched your show too.
Thank you. We need to make sure we get Brandon on here
if
soon.
I can get him to come with me, he's on right now. He won't move. He's live the whole time.
Oh yeah, we got plenty to talk about in the months coming up. Yeah.
And here's the C-spot.
Yes. So, I feel like I may not be able to ask you anything specific, but
How did you come up with the character C-spot?
So
okay.
actually,
I wasn't sure if you were able to talk.
You know about that.
Oh yeah, don't underestimate the powers of the C-Squanch. Okay?
So it
Yeah.
actually started it was a music group, and they gave me the character, and it kind of evolved from there. And I wanted to separate from music and sports entertainment, and then it's now working into being like a Washington sports mascot, like an all-around Sonics, Mariners, the
Sounders,
Bulls,
yeah.
all of them, all the sports. And so that's kind of what I'm trying to be, is become a Washington sports mascot, not just a one team mascot.
So what inspired the Squatch?
Putting smiles on faces. just that. Just being able to put smiles on faces. And everybody loves Sasquatch. Everybody loves to see Squatch. Once in a while, I find one that doesn't want to. But 99% of it, everybody is positive and can identify Squatch.
I like that you go with Sasquatch, because I feel like we're from Montana, and so we like to claim that Sasquatch is from Montana. But if you're Sasquatch, then maybe that's it fits.
For the Washington area.
Yeah.
So that's about it. Just putting smiles on faces.
All right. Any cool moments that really hit that you've taken away from doing this?
Ooh.
Tell me about the time you ran over Pete Carroll. I'm not just teasing.
Running over Pete Carroll.
That was not me.
Sounds like you're trying to avoid a lawsuit. That's what I
I
heard.
can't put one moment, because every moment is a new moment, and it is just that moment. But knowing that people walk away happy and taking pictures and bragging about meeting a Sasquatch or Sasquatch, that's right there. That's the joy right there.
Love it. All right. Well, go Hawks, man. Appreciate you being here and doing your thing.
Malik.
Hey, get some DNA evidence from him first before he walks off. Yeah.
Another guy, Malik Parker, what he does is he provides free haircuts.
Oh, that's amazing.
Hey, Malik, come talk a little bit about the foundation.
Here, no, you hop in here.
Lovely.
Get you a little closer.
How you doing?
I'm doing well.
Seahawkers podcast.
Yeah, Malik.
Yes, indeed. How you
Yes. So Eddie was just saying you do free haircuts for some young folks. Is that?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I have a nonprofit called Fostering Cuts for Confidence, and we do a lot of charity work in the community. So we partner with the Uchenna Nwosu Foundation, and we've done backpack drives with free haircuts with my team called the Clipper Covenant. So we also did backpacks, sneakers with Julian Love as well. So that was really awesome. So, we focus on giving back to the community, not only free haircuts, mentoring the kids, and giving them that big brother vibe. So we bring the barbershop feel into any location we're at. So then that way we can, make sure that the kids have a safe place to relax, be themselves, and get some mentorship.
That's really cool.
Yes, indeed.
So Seahawks fan?
Yes. I'll tell you a story. I'm originally from Philadelphia.
Oh, okay.
Right. And when I moved from Philadelphia, when I was about 6 years old, 6 or 7, when I moved to the West Coast, I thought the Eagle and the Seahawk was the same thing as a kid, right? Being honest.
Right. That's another bird team.
Yeah. So I became a Seahawks fan, and I was a big Seneca Wallace fan too. So I'm dual, but while I'm here, I'm a Seahawks.
Yeah,
since I moved over here. Yeah.
So only bird team.
Bird team. Yeah, it's funny because I like the Falcons because Michael Vick. So I really played for the, So.
Yeah, exactly. So then you had to come around, right? So giving free haircuts out for folks and that sort of thing. Is your background being a barber? Like, is that okay?
Actually, I've been cutting hair for over 2 decades. I got my first pair of clippers when I was 12. Yeah, so since I was 12 years old in the 6th grade, I've been cutting hair. And I've been fostering cuts for confidence since then. And I'm a licensed educator. I've been a licensed educator since 2015.
Okay.
I own my own barbershop, built it up to, a lot of clients, and I sold it.
That's amazing.
Another person who was graduating from school. So it was like my dream became their dream. And then I moved on and built more dreams, So
absolutely.
Yeah,
So we're not just here with somebody who is somebody that gives to the community. We're here with somebody who creates dreams, people. Like that's amazing. But Malik's the dream maker.
Yes. Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
And they call me Blenzel Washington, not to be confused with Denzel, because the blends well.
Yeah, I like it.
You know, I love giving back to the community, man.
So, is there anything you can do for people that are maybe say middle-aged in their 40s who are losing most of their hair here, other than the Picard ring? Like, is there?
Yeah, of course. I actually, I'm a licensed in cranial prosthesis and hair units.
Okay.
So I tell you a secret, right? I have one on right now.
Yeah. No way.
Yeah, I do it myself.
That's outstanding.
I do it myself. I did it last night before I came. I wanted to make sure I was fresh for today.
I hate, man. It looks great. Well, you look better than me to start with. So, but like yeah.
But, you know, I do my company for that is called Black Star Image, and that's about restoring confidence to men. You know, it's been going on for years with, you know, toupees and stuff.
Yeah.
But now you have something that's a little more undetectable. It's waterproof. You can go swimming.
Yeah.
You go on a roller coaster and it not come off.
It's
It's attached. So I could do straight hair units, curly hair units, dreads, braids, whatever you want. I could do it all.
That's awesome, man.
So
That's really cool.
Confidence restored.
No doubt about it.
Deep.
All
Yeah,
right.
man,
Well, any Seahawks predictions for coming up this year?
Repeat.
Repeat.
Yeah, it's happening. Lock it up.
Repeat. Lock it up.
I'm in.
See, that's going
Yeah.
bold,
Lock it
right?
up.
Yeah.
Repeat.
I like it.
Why not?
See, he makes dreams, he builds confidence, and now I'm more confident that we're repeating than ever. Yeah.
That's awesome, man. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah. No, thanks for stopping by, man.
That's deep.
Absolutely.
That's deep.
Appreciate it.
That's
All right, I'm gonna bump down to my spot again.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, we're rotating around. We're bringing in folks. Eddie walked away.
Well, I have to keep it on here where the headphones are.
You can't hear what's going on. Let's see. We've got Truth as I Know It's still hanging around here. I think Hendricks. Let's see. Oh, he gave the clean fade right here. And, yeah, appreciate Kendrickles joining us live in the chat here. Let's see. Have we started picking now yet?
No, so Clinton he had a difficult time transcribing. We started even a little earlier than we thought we were going to start.
Nice.
Yeah, I think it starts at about 5.
Yes, that's correct. So I thought when we're like, oh, we'll start 30 minutes before the drafts. And then that became an hour and a half before the draft. And I goofed in the start time, but that's okay. So no picks just yet, but the picks will start flowing in about 19 minutes.
Yep.
And we know Mendoza's going to go 1. It's kind of one of those things where the draft really starts at 2. Like, see what the Jets do. You know, will they go Bailey? Will they go Reese? And then we start to talk about our rival guys. Rival? Yeah. The Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah. LaFleur's first year as head coach down there. And, sad to see Jonathan Gannon go because big fan. Sad to see Kyler Murray go. I was a big fan of him, too, as a Seahawks fan.
Big fan? Big?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was 2 free wins a year. How could you be anything but a big fan at that point? But, yeah. Hey, guys, we definitely
Mr.
need
Warren
to
Moon.
get up here.
Mr. Warren
Mr.
Moon.
Warren
You guys-
Moon right here.
You guys don't see him yet, but I just touched the hand of the best football thrower in the history of football throwers right here. Let's go.
You told Joe Montana that one.
I'll be sure to let him know. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we got Mr. Warren Moon joining the show, a former
Hey, don't go too
University
far,
of
'cause you're
Washington
gonna be off.
member, played for the
Say that
Houston
again?
Oilers, played for our Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah.
No, I was
And
going to go that way. Yeah.
Yes, you know,
But I was trying to get the mic closer to me. I'm not a loud
that's a better
talker.
microphone.
Okay.
I gave you the not so good one.
That's a good idea.
All right. Yes. Joining us on the show, and Warren, this is actually a celebration event for you today.
I think so. That's what I've been told. Sometimes when they talk about lifetime achievement awards, it's like you don't know if you should still be alive when you get those. You know? I still got a lot of life left. You know? But it's a great honor. You know, they're going to honor me tonight with that, and this is a great night for his foundation because they're going to hopefully raise a lot of money for all the different charities that they supply aid to around the community, and it's great to be involved in it.
Awesome. So we were discussing you last night because we're professionals. We prepare,
Okay.
as you are as well.
Oh, so you knew I was coming.
Oh,
I wish
whole world knew you would be here.
somebody would have told me. I found out 3 minutes ago.
Did they nab you with a band?
No.
They said, come on, Warren.
Yeah, basically Terry did.
All right. So the first question we had in our brain was like, oh man, you've been through some of the most iconic NFL jerseys, right? So you go back to the powder blue Oilers, you go
Yeah.
back to those sweet Vikings 90s, and you got to wear the throwback Seahawks.
Yeah.
So man to man, heart to heart, favorite jersey of all time that you got to wear. NFL, stick to the NFL.
Well, you want to make some people mad at me. That's all you're trying to do. I'll say like I answered the question about what's my favorite stadium. Wherever my home team was, that's my favorite stadium. So whatever my home jersey was, that was my favorite jersey.
So what are you running for office, Warren? Like, that's a great political answer right there.
That's what quarterbacks do.
Let me explain something to you guys. First of all, Warren is an outstanding person. And what Warren did is Warren set the table for black quarterbacks, and not really quarterback, but set the table for quarterbacks, and he made it possible for all of the quarterbacks that you see now. And that's one of the reasons that we want to give him an award, not only for what he did on the field, but all the outstanding things that he does off the field that you don't know about. Also, remember what Ron just said about the jersey? Here's the deal. Whoever paid him the most.
That's a good answer right there.
Yeah.
All right, a good quarterback
Eddie
question
knows.
for you, Warren, because you played for several teams, and this last year we saw Sam Darnold come to the Seahawks.
Oh, yeah.
Play for a team for his first year. Can you put that into perspective? What that's like as a quarterback, then coming onto a new team and getting to know all your teammates, and then for him to have the success that he did of going all the way to the Super Bowl and winning.
Well, the benefit, first of all, was he came to a team that had really good talent. And I don't care how good a quarterback you are, if you don't have the infrastructure around you. Quarterback is one of the most important positions to play in all of team sports, but it's also one of the most it's one of those positions where you need a lot of help in order to be good at the position. So it kind of goes both ways. He was a really good player that was in a lot of situations that weren't good for him. He came to the right situation here, and everything worked out. So I'm really happy for Sam because he was an excellent player coming out of college. He went to a bad situation with the Jets, went to another bad situation in Carolina, got things kind of turned around with the 49ers, and then went on to Minnesota and now here. So he's been on quite a journey, but that journey – it's not over yet, but I tell you what, he's already hit the mountaintop one time, and he's got a chance to maybe hit it a couple of more times the way they build this football team here.
You know what? Hang on, guys. I have a question for you. I had the privilege of playing on the first NFL team that had a black quarterback who won a playoff game. What I'd like to ask, just get serious for a second. Tell us a little bit about what you went through having to go to Canada. How did you have the motivation and the drive and desire to accomplish what you had and to go on to be a Hall of Famer?
Well, one of the reasons is because of the guy you're talking about, James Harris. You know, he was the quarterback of the Rams when I was in high school, and he was the guy that I could look up to and say, maybe one day I have a chance to play at that level if I do all the things I need to do because there's another African-American quarterback doing it. He was the MVP of the Pro Bowl. He took his team to the NFC Championship game, like you said. So he was somebody that was kind of setting the standard, and it was just up to me now to do everything I needed to do to put myself in a position because I knew when I started playing the position, it was not going to be easy because there wasn't a lot of guys that looked like me. So I was going to have to go through my adversity and persevere through it, and I did. And I was very diligent about playing the position, and I wasn't going to change. A lot of people wanted to change me to different positions, and that's one of the reasons I came to the University of Washington. Don James gave me the opportunity to play quarterback, and that's why I came up here.
Some of the other positions that they tried to get you to play.
Your position?
You probably would have took
Corner.
my job.
No, I wasn't that great an athlete. You got to be a great athlete to be on that corner or to play safety or play wide receiver, which is another position they wanted to move me to. I'd never played those positions before. I'd been a quarterback since I was 10 years old, and that's all I really knew. So I felt like if I'm going to play football, I'm going to play the position that I know I can play, and if I can, then I'll just quit and maybe go to law school or something, which is what I plan to do if I didn't make it in pro football.
Well, I'm glad you didn't go to law school, man.
I'm glad I didn't either. I enjoyed my career a little bit more than probably
studying law books, but it wasn't easy, I'll tell you that. And I learned a lot about myself going through the things that I went through. And the thing I'm most proud of is the impact I've been able to, help other young African-American quarterbacks be able to play the position.
Can you tell us a little bit about some of the things that you're doing in the community now? And if so, do you have a foundation or how people can get in touch with you to make donations and sponsorships?
Yeah, I do. I have a foundation now called Brothers in Arms, and I started it with Vince Young, who went to the University of Texas, Andre Ware, who was a Heisman Trophy winner at University of Houston, and myself. And we come from single mom homes. So we look for kids in high school that are involved in sports like we were, who come from single mom homes, who have good grades in high school, but just need financial assistance, and we provide scholarships. My thing has always been education. All young kids can't be professional athletes. All young kids can't be entertainers or actors or whatever. But if you're educated, you have a chance to be pretty much anything you want to be if you educate yourself in that particular field. So my mom was big on education with me, and I felt like if I ever started a foundation, that's what it would focus on. So I've been giving out scholarships since 1989 when I was NFL Man of the Year, and been able to watch a lot of these young students go off, get their degrees, go into business, go into whatever field they were looking to get into, and then go back in their communities and help other people. So still doing that. I give a scholarship at my high school every year. I have an endowed scholarship at the University of Washington, and then we give scholarships all over to kids coming from those type of backgrounds, and it's been very beneficial. It really has been.
If somebody wanted to contribute to your foundation, how would they do that?
They would go to brothersinarmshouston.com, brothersinarmshouston.com, and they can donate, or the website will show them all the information they need about the foundation, what we do, what we've done in the past, and how they can contribute.
Perfect. I know if you got a few more minutes, we wanted to ask you a little about quarterbacking back in the 80s and into the 90s. Adam, I think you got a couple questions about it.
I got CTE. I don't know if I can remember that.
This will have to do with muscle memory, and I think you'll be able to deal with that, the amount of CTE. So, Ward, when you were playing, if you look at your throwing motion, it was very much an up and down, kind of right past your whole 90-degree kind of arm slot. And you look at new quarterbacks today and the way that guys are kind of changing their mechanics. See a lot of them kind of going more to that 3/4, 7/8 motion. Do you see that as an advantage or maybe a disadvantage in the way that you throw a football, or what's your thoughts on
I think the more arm angles you can come at and still be accurate and still get velocity, the better. And you guys saw a lot of pictures of me doing that, but there were other times where I had to throw from those different angles, whether it was trying to get a screen pass off against a defensive lineman who has his hands up and you throw it underneath them. So I had all those same arm angles, but you probably just see more pictures of me with kind of the more pure form. But the more arm angles you can have, like I said, with accuracy and velocity, the better quarterback you're going to be. So, but it all starts with the right technique.
That makes a lot of sense. Now, you also played in the run and shoot.
Yeah.
And then when you went to the Vikings, it was a little bit more under center. Was there a style of offense that you felt the most comfortable in, that gave you the most answers? Did you like being in gun and operating that way mostly? Or did you prefer getting under center, getting your back to the line of scrimmage, and then flipping around and getting a different picture?
I like them both. I think when you're in the gun, it limits you in the running game. Where when you're under center, you have more possibilities of running the ball. Then your play action seems to be more effective because you're coming from under center to fake those handoffs. The one thing I didn't like is I didn't like taking my eyes off the secondary. So when you go under the center and go play action, you take your eyes off the secondary and you got to come back and focus back. So there's pros and cons to them both, but I did them all. And I don't know how many different offenses I was in when I was in the league, but I was somehow able to be pretty successful in most of them. So that was one of my strengths, was my versatility. And I'm glad I had that versatility because that's what kept me around for so long.
Hall of Famer Warren Moon, really appreciate you coming on and joining us. Any Seahawks predictions for 2026 for you? It doesn't have to be like a record or anything, but what do you see the direction of the team going? Coming back and
I don't see them being much different than last year. If anything, they're just going to ramp it up a little bit more. If you know Mike McDonald, he's not going to rest on his laurels. He's going to push the guys even harder this year because one of the things about being a champion, and I've been one a lot of times, you become the hunted. They were the huntee before. Now they're going to be the hunted. So everybody they play, they're going to get their best effort every week. So they're going to have to come with it every week to play at the top of their game, or they're going to get knocked off. So I think that's something he's going to probably really try and get across to them this offseason, that they're going to have to take their game to another level because of what they're going to face every time they face somebody this year. When you can knock off the champion, you've pretty much made not your whole season, but you've really done something that you think adds a lot of confidence to your team. We beat the champ, so maybe we can beat everybody else that's on our schedule. And that's the way these teams come in when they look at you as a champion. So that's something I think they're going to really look at this year.
One more for you before you go, and thank you for all the time and everything you're doing. So back to a quarterback with Sam Darnold, like, okay, we're going to be the hunted this year with the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah.
How do you think Sam, you watched him a while now, how do you think Sam reacts to that new pressure? Because it is from where he came from to now, it's a new thing. How do you think he's going to react?
I think he'll be fine, but he'll have that push from his coaching staff. They're not going to let him, take a step backwards. His teammates aren't going to let him take a step backwards. And I think Sam has a lot of pride as well. And he probably wants to continue to keep getting better and improve on things that he didn't do as well last year. Because remember, there was a period in the season where he was turning the ball over a lot, and then he got that turned around. So I think he wants to continue on that path too, to make sure he's taking great care of the football, because that's something that Mike really prides his teams on, especially with a defensive oriented coach. He doesn't like to turn the ball over. He doesn't want his defense to have to keep going back out on the field. So as long as Sam takes care of the football and they run the ball well, they're gonna be a really good football team.
He's Warren Moon. He's getting a Lifetime Achievement Award here at the Clearwater Casino tonight. Warren, thanks again for coming on.
I really appreciate you guys having me on.
Thank you.
All right. You done? All right, brother.
Thank you, Warren.
All right, we got Sea Bear Art joining this interview live. Thanks to Sea Bear Art tuning in. Thanks to Lemon Hawk with the $1.99 super chat. Happy draft day, guys. Just joining.
Breaking news.
Breaking news.
That was Warren Moon, dudes.
yeah, that was happening.
I was right here. And that was Warren Moon. I'm like, oh, dude.
Yeah.
I've never seen someone throw a football like you, and I'm sure I never will. So
Clinton, somebody had you autograph something. You just sat next to Warren Moon. Are you kind of a big deal now?
Yeah, I think so. I had it. Yeah, that's two. Good things come in threes, right? So we'll see what that third thing is, but we are in the right environment for sure. For sure.
Well, thanks to Desden saying great interview, fellas. Man, we got Germany joining in at 2 a.m. So folks joining in from overseas.
Well, a little homage for Germany on the ride from where we were this morning, SeaTac, right?
Oh, yeah.
SeaTac area.
Do a little Rammstein.
We did. We had a little Rammstein music. So thank you to the Germans out there amongst you. Or
I think I'm glad I was in a different car. It probably worked out for my deal. Yeah, I didn't need to poke it today. I can tell you that much.
Nate Shute saying Warren catfishing Moon.
That's how I feel, Nate. Exactly.
Yeah. That was interesting, though. I really did want to talk to him about the idea of being a gun and play action and all that. So
I love microphones.
Hey, it's hard to say no to one. I can tell you that much. Absolutely.
Being on the mic is my happy place.
There you go. Yeah. There we go. So with the name, and I know you're hosting, you're the MC for today's whole event at Clearwater, but tell the audience, who the heck are you?
I am the MC. My name is Nick Beckman. It's nice without the E, just NIC. And I'm actually, I saw Brian Hallquist in here. I'm a ring announcer for, used to be the Battle of the Boats, BHP Productions. I used to be in the ring for Brian wearing my tux. Now I do some stuff for Toro Promotions. But locally, I am the play-by-play guy for the Seattle Superhawks of the brand new USBL with Robert Pack, you might remember from the NBA. Gary Payton is one of our associate head coaches, as the USBL has been brought back from its it was on hiatus, let's just say, as the league was there for 18 years from 85 to 2007. And then the family, once the patriarch of the league passed away, the family went and just kind of put it on the shelf. And then the NBA D League and the G League came in to fill that void. And so the NBA G League is what most people are familiar with now. But the USBL actually put more than 150 players into the NBA, giving them that opportunity to showcase their talents and their skills at a level that might not have been draftable, but then got them to a point. And so now I'm the play-by-play for the USBL Seattle Superhawks.
So Nick, let me ask you about that. You know, Seattle is great sports town, of course, right? It embraces all the sports and still missing those Sonics, right? So USBL filling a little piece of that pie at least, right? Giving folks some good ball. And what do you think? The trajectory looking good for those Sonics to get back here or what?
Well, you know, I'm an optimist. I will always say it still is unbelievable to me that it's been 18 years that we haven't had a team. So, I mean, I will say until my deathbed, we're getting a team. But the opportunity that the commissioners put out there to open up owners to come forward and see, and that's all it is right now. I try not to get too far ahead of myself. I feel like they'll be here in 2 years, just because there's so many people out there with enough money to be able to invest in the opportunity, that the owners know that the two markets we're talking about, Vegas and Seattle, are going to be revenue generating markets. The league isn't going to have to support these two teams, so they'll come in and make everybody money. So the concern about slicing the pie 32 ways versus 30 ways, those guys are going to get they're going to get 1/30th of 10 to 15 billion.
The whole pie's going to grow when you bring a Seattle team back and possibly a Vegas team back into the fold. The whole pie's going to grow
exponentially.
Correct.
And so there'll be enough money to go around. And just like with the Kraken, Seattle will sell those tickets. It'll be hard to get a basketball ticket in Seattle as soon as an ownership team is announced and they get that. So the Sonics, I believe, are coming back, and they'll be back. And, you know, I mean, it's one of those things for me, is something that I've always dreamt about. In 2001, I actually auditioned for the Sonics public address job, my second year of being a high school announcer, just because I wanted to hear my voice in Key Arena. And I made it
some stones.
I made it, you know, I learned a lot from that experience, as I was number 2 in line of 50 guys, which is not where you want to be in an audition of 6 hours long with 48 people to listen behind you. And, but I made the first cut down to 15. And I actually was just one person away. They talked to me at that point about, you know, we really like you, but we've got you're with 5 and 6, and they're only taking 5 more guys to do the final cut. And they ended up going with Matt Pittman, who was a Cairo radio, and he was a known commodity and a great guy, and did such a fantastic job following up Jim Gracie of the Sonics. But, you know, the opportunity for me, I smiled for 3 days just being able to do a Sonic starting lineup in there. Now I've been at Seattle U's men's and women's basketball announcer for 15 years. And I've been on the mic at Climate Pledge. I've been on the mic at Seattle U, the home games, for 15 years. Like I said, I do the play-by-play for the Seattle Superhawks. And I've got more than 4,000 live events under my belt now. So I'm ready to go. So when the Sonics are ready, I'm ready to bring my joy to the mic at Climate Pledge, just like I do for the Superhawks when we play our games in there, beating the Huskies the last 2 years in a row. I mean,
I think Nick is making a strong case here.
Well, we got to bring the Sonics back because we already got our play-by-play guy. Right?
I got. Well, play-by-play is Kevin Calabros.
Okay.
Let's just make that clear. If the Sonics come back, Kevin Calabro needs to move back. He lives in Kirkland. He goes down to Portland to do the play-by-play for the Blazers, and he is the best that I've ever listened to. Short of listening to Bob Blackburn now back in the days in the 70s was one thing, but Kevin and Marcus brought a true joy to the game and so much fun and creativity, and the way they share that. That's Kevin's job. I'm the guy in the arena. I'm the guy to say it's time for Sonics basketball. That's what I do.
I need Nick in my life daily. Well,
I have my Gary Payton gloves on my feet right now. I wear my GPs. These are 1998 vintage. I wear these every time. I wear these with my tucks in the boxing ring. I did the NCAA divisional collegiate invitational at the Washington Athletic Club
for 28 fights, 14, 2 different nights in a row. And I wear these shoes with my Tux.
I got 2 questions for you. Favorite current Seahawk? I know you got your PR guy, but who you watching? Go like, that's my guy. Who's your favorite Seahawk?
Well,
come on, give me one.
It's easy. It's really easy for me because Nicky Mamori plays the game the right way.
There we go. Okay.
I mean, I didn't buy a number 3 with Russell because everybody had a Russell. And, you know, Russell was a great guy and did all his own stuff. And he got us that championship. And that was a great team. But having a play, I like the way Nicky Mamori plays football. And that's where I'm at. I like guys who play the game the right way, who do what needs to be done in their roles, and they help other guys become better. And that's why this defense that Mike McDonald set up is so predicated for a repeat. It doesn't matter that we're losing some pieces here and there, because it's not at that level. When you're talking about professional level athletes, the talent level difference between the top guy and the bottom guy is like this much. I mean, we can go back to Sonics with Steve Scheffler, who's an 11th, 12th man who barely got any minutes in the game. If you understood that Steve Scheffler was the leading scorer in the Big Ten, not on his Purdue team, in the whole conference, he was the leading scorer, and he was a 10th, 11th man on an NBA team. But you know what he brought? He brought that practice mentality. He brought the hard work. He brought the attitude that needed to help his players become better players. And that's what Nicky Mamori does for this team. He brings an attitude to this field. It doesn't matter that he's young. It doesn't matter he's rookie. He knows he's a good football player. But you need to surround yourself with other good football players. And the fact is it's across the board in every sport at every level. If you have a championship team, there's one thing that they have in common, and it's chemistry. Those guys are all playing for each other rather than just with each other. And when you can develop that kind of a culture and you can have guys buy in to that everybody's going to get theirs. I'm the public address announcer for Rainier Beach High School. For Mike Bethea, 10-time state champion Mike Bethea, with Dave King, who played on his first team in 1998 as an assistant coach, and Jamal Crawford, 17-year NBA player, 6th man of the year. Jamal Crawford came back to be an assistant coach on his high school team because of the culture that Mike Bethea has brought in. And I got to watch this team repeat as the 3A state champions at the WIA level with the #1 senior in the nation this year in Tyron Stokes. I mean, just amazing the amount of athletic ability on the football field, on the basketball field, on the basketball court, the baseball diamond. We have so much talent in the Pacific Northwest all across the sports spectrum. It's just a joy to be able to be part of what you guys bring, because you guys shine the light where it needs to be shined.
So what's Nick? And Nick's the first name, no E, last name?
It is Beckman.
Beckman.
Oh,
that's great. Yeah, I got a good friend of mine, Beckman. If you're watching at home, you know who you are. But Nick Beckman, good stuff there. Love the idea of like culture as the platform, right? That is the platform that could absorb change. So when change happens, you're more resilient to it, and you just keep going and you keep finding ways to get better. So really good stuff, Nick. And I think we got to wish Nick the best of luck. So when the Sonics do come back,
that's it.
That you are the PR man, but you got a job to do today too.
Well, that's what I'm looking forward to in this draft, because the Seahawks do it a little different than everybody. There's a lot of talent. You can rank all these guys in all their metrics, and all of their measurables are there. The combine, all the stuff, all the numbers speak for themselves. But the one thing those numbers don't speak to at all is character. Those numbers tell you how good a guy is athletically, physically, what he does, what he brings. But fitting someone into your system that has the right attitude, you might not need to be the highest vertical. You might not need to be the longest jumper. You might not need to be the fastest guy. But the fact of the matter is, if you can fit in with the team, you can find a role that can make your team better through what you bring. And all these guys bring something. You're not going to get a bad pick in the draft.
No doubt about it. Well, Nick, thank you so much. We appreciate you joining us for the draft here.
Thanks for letting me just jump in and get on the mic. I saw the mic open. I said, hey, let's go sit down, because being on the mic is my happy place.
There we go.
That's what it's all about. And that's what I love about what you guys do. Finding a place to be happy and sharing some joy with people and giving them some insights into what it's like behind what's going on at some of these great events. This is a fantastic draft party that CEC Marketing puts on with Earl Thomas and Uchenna Nwosu, raising some great money for a great cause. So thank you guys for being here.
No, thank you, man. Yeah,
Thank
it's
you,
a pleasure.
Judge.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for hopping in.
My pleasure, fellas. Have a good one.
You got it,
And
you got
the funny thing is, we're here for a draft party. We're not even going to get to see our Seahawks make a draft.
We'll see.
pick.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Well, but we're over at 7 o'clock. They're not going to pick till after 8.
Let's keep
That's-
the
that's
keep
what
the tab open. Let's go.
They trade up. You never know.
Let's keep the bartenders.
All righty. Well, that was a lot of fun. Thank you, Nick. We appreciate that. Now, we also have Aaron with us here from Huff and Puff, a big Seahawks fan as well. Tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got involved with the organization and what you guys do.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm down in the Olympia area. I'm on the board with an organization called All Kids Win. And what they do is they provide weekend food bags for food insecure kids within Princeton County. Right now, they're delivering about 800 bags a week to 48 schools within the district. So we came up with this fun idea. We call it the Huff and Puff Relay. It's basically teams of 4 racing in inflatable costumes.
Go on. Yeah.
So you can't go wrong with that. Right? It's going to be fun. And it's all to raise money for All Kids Win Scholarship Fund. Because basically we're trying to help these kids post high school as well. As far as when we give them the scholarship at the end, they can use it for whatever they want. Oftentimes the kids just need, they need to get a driver's license. They're looking to get a new car. Some of them are starting school, but we want to get them kind of a fresh start post high school to be able to get in. And so that was the idea that we came up with. Actually, I got to give my wife credit because that was Josette. My wife is the one who originally came up with the idea. We decided to see if we could make it happen. And our first event last year was amazing. We've got another one coming up here June 27th.
Very cool. The Seahawks are such a kind of a gravitational force for a lot of good, like you're doing as well. So the opportunity it's amazing that. Yeah, we all love the Seahawks. It's such a great professional franchise, and the opportunities that they're able to give organizations like yours. I'm not sure if this exists in every single market is what I'm getting at. I live in Connecticut, right? So I'm a New Yorker, grew up in New York, grew up on Long Island, went to school at UConn, live in Connecticut. And people love their sports out there, but I think there's a different sense of community out here, especially tied to the Seahawks, that just is I call it a couple of clicks deeper than what exists, I think, for most sports franchises. You've been here, but do you sense it too?
Oh, absolutely. I had a random meeting actually with Thomas Wells at a gas station.
Great dude. Yeah, good baller too, man. That guy can run the rock.
Kind of a funny story because originally I kind of ignored him, and he was sponsoring something. And then he kept saying Thomas Rawls. It didn't click with me originally because I'm used to seeing him with the helmet on. And then it finally clicked, and I was like, oh, you're Thomas Rawls. So then I was telling him about the Huff and Puff Relay, and then we got into CEC Marketing.
Yep.
We actually got some Seahawks players to the event last year, which just really put it over the top on that. And since then, honestly, I've developed a bit of a friendship with Thomas. And so he's just a great dude.
Yes.
And he embodies everything that is the Seahawks, really. He's selfless. He's probably the most positive guy I ever met in my life. And, that you feed off it.
Yeah,
sure.
That kind of disposition, like when you surround yourself or you happen to be in the presence of people who are truly grateful. Thomas had, look, he comes on the scene. He goes from Michigan, I think, to Central Michigan. And then I think he's not drafted, finds his way to the Seahawks, and he has kind of immediate success. And we've had Thomas on the pod, so we know a bit about him. We know he's here today. But then his career was cut short by a bad injury. That dude was on a certain trajectory, and of course that's gotta hurt. But when we talk to Thomas, also, there's not bitterness there. It is it's okay. Well, here's the next thing I'm gonna go do. And we know he has the business with I think it's the seagrass drinks that he makes as well, and he's got a lot of passion into chasing that. But we had the same impression that he was, man, yes, but he's also grateful for his time they did have. He's like, that was my time. I did everything I could do, and now I'm charging at my next thing as best as I can. And again, being around that kind of person, I think is infectious.
He's so community driven.
Yeah.
You talked about community.
Yeah.
And here we have.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So, Seahawks fan for a long time, I'm sure, right?
Since about 6
Since
years old.
about okay. So, not best, not whatever, like fondest memory. What like makes you kind of get a little nostalgic? Maybe a tear or two about like a Seahawks centric moment for you.
You know, the first time they went to the Super Bowl and they played the Steelers.
Yeah.
that was
05, yeah.
that was kind of bittersweet.
Sure.
But when they went back and they played the Broncos and just absolutely decimated
Yeah,
them.
that was a 43-8. Adam, was that right? 43-8.
Yeah, I think it was
43
yeah,
to
exactly.
8. Right?
You could say 43-8, or you could just say domination.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Right. One of those, yeah.
exactly.
Sure.
in every sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Literally every
But
sense, yeah.
for me, 2 years prior to that, when you saw some of those players in their rookie years, like Richard Sherman and Earl Thomas and them coming together, and you could see even then that defense. I remember watching, I think they played the Cleveland Browns, and the score was like.
I remember that game well.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
That was a Charlie Whitehurst game, if I remember right. I mean, Whitehurst. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Flip Lord Jesus, baby. Let's
They
go.
could have even put one touchdown
Yep.
on board, they would have won. But that defense, I remember a hit by Cam Chancellor.
Yeah.
It ended up being a penalty, but I'm like, I love that.
Absolutely.
That's my guy. Yeah. That's when people start ordering the number 31 jerseys. Like, that's the dude right there. So,
Absolutely.
legendary teams, but great to get, your point of views. And again, we appreciate that what you're doing does good. And that matters. Hey, but we're only here for a certain time, right? So if you could do things that do good, that help people in any sort of way, we think it's worthy. So very much appreciate you spending a few minutes with us.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So tell folks where they got to go if they want to know a bit more about what you're doing, website, how could they help you?
Absolutely. So if you want to go to allkidswin.org, it'll have the event up there. It's going to be June 27th in Lacey and Palmer Park, starting at 10 a.m. Go until about 1 o'clock. And again, we're just going to have a ton of fun. You can't not have fun watching people racing inflatable.
Yeah, as I always say, you can't do it with a crowd. If
Right,
you're doing it, you're
right.
doing it wrong.
So that was allkidswin.org. Great name, by the way. Way to snatch that. Now, inflatable costumes. Is this like, is there also a competition for most original inflatable costume? Because I feel like that could be a category unto itself, but I would take pride in it.
There is. There was actually a designer with Honolulu Embroidery, and they created this inflatable costume of a dragon that wound up being, I think it was like 10 or 11 foot tall.
That's about right. Yeah, that feels right.
It wasn't real good for racing.
Yeah, but what is? Yeah.
But it looked amazing, as far as, especially trying to rush it. It was,
That's awesome.
Awesome.
it was definitely awesome.
Oh man, it was Nick, correct? Nick?
No, Eric. Yeah.
Eric?
Aaron.
Aaron, I got it wrong twice.
Yeah.
Here we go. Aaron,
Yeah.
yeah. Try again.
He's
Try
a
again.
professional. Yeah.
Sorry, but Aaron, thank you from allkidswin.org. We appreciate you a ton. And of course, go Hawks, man.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. Thanks so much.
Thank you a lot, man. It's good stuff. Very fun experience, I got to tell you. And different than last year, right? Different than last year. A lot more interactivity. And last year we were in the room, and it was just a lot of noise bouncing around the room because it's a bit more lively inside the room itself. But we got Puget Sound, and we're sitting down with guests of all walks of life, and I think it's just something.
Yeah, definitely super cool. And like as you said, looking out over the sound and a beautiful day, sun cracking out here. And look, boys, first pick is in.
First two we're in, I think. First
Yeah,
two.
yeah.
So Mendoza goes. We all knew that for many, many months now. But Adam, you do a really good job of breaking down quarterbacks. Of course, we did not need one this year. But what do you think about Mendoza? And I would say maybe put him into the scope of, in your opinion, other draft classes.
Yeah, in terms of if you were to put him in, like, say, the draft class from, was it 2 years ago?
2 years
Like
ago,
yeah, the Caleb Williams, Bo Nix, that draft class. I think he'd probably be closer to the tail end of those first round quarterbacks. There's nothing on Mendoza's tape that you look at and you go, oh my gosh, that one trait in and of itself is unbelievable. But what he does do is he's a lot more like, say, like Jared Goff, right? Where maybe not the most mobile guy. He's a little more mobile than Jared Goff. That's not completely fair, but accurate, on time, rhythm passer, runs the offense, that sort of thing. He could be a guy that can come in and just bring some stability to the position. And of all the quarterbacks in this draft, shoulders above everybody else. And the reason why
not Ty Simpson for you.
That guy's a college quarterback. If you want to go ahead and waste an early round pick on him, I guess you can.
So Rams at 13, pick Ty Simpson.
Please do it faster. That would be amazing. But at the end of the day, like, I do think it's a good pick. One thing I do wonder about Mendoza is how much added pressure do you have coming into the Raiders organization, knowing that you're basically Tom Brady's pick?
Well,
right?
Okay, good question. And yes, but one of the things you've talked about, you guys, both of you talked about for years is, hey, when is the nonsense going to stop about bringing in rookie quarterbacks and expecting to start day one? So the Raiders go out and they get old man Kirk Cousins with an Achilles and a half, maybe, who they already said, like, Kirk's going to play and Mendoza is going to learn. So at least process-wise, better.
Oh, it's way better, and it's going to help him a lot in his development. I just think, though, as fast as the league moves these days, to just take a guy and just throw him in and expect immediate success, and then if it doesn't, to bury him in the media and break his confidence, I think it's crazy. And we all know Kubiak. We sat and we watched him all last year. We know the type of man that he is. He's very measured and controlled. It doesn't surprise me for a second that he looked at bringing in a rookie quarterback and said, you know what, that's great, and I'm excited about the talent, but I do want a veteran to let him watch and learn.
We had Warren Moon on, guys and girls. We had Warren Moon on. He's right here. He was right here.
Yeah.
Warren, how you doing?
Yeah.
He was right here.
Wait, you said Warren Moon. You said it wrong. Your new best friend.
My
Warren
new
Moon.
bestie,
Yeah.
Warren Moon, and I.
Okay.
But he got into a bit about, hey, you've got to run the football. You got to give your quarterback a system. We asked him about Sam, and he's like, yeah. He's like, Sam came into some really good infrastructure.
Yeah.
Like resoundingly good infrastructure. And then he gave Sam lots of kudos on top of that for resiliency and getting out of bad situations, et cetera, et cetera. And it's just like, okay, so you got Tom Brady. Okay, they're changing, but you got Clint Kubiak. I think infrastructure-wise, Mendoza's going into a place that's going to be quarterback conscious. Let's call it that. Maybe probably friendly, but quarterback, like, we understand what it means to give you room and time. And, hopefully the ability around it too. A little bit of a lack, some talent they got to pick up there too at the Raiders. But I think the setting is there for Mendoza to have some success. And I think it'd be kind of cool if he did.
Yeah, for sure. And it does, when you listen to somebody like Warren Moon talk about the position and being like, hey, Sam came into a good infrastructure and all of that, and he talks about how important that is, that should let you know as fans, as we've gotten so quarterback centric when we're looking at how to build a team. And the first thing you got to do is go out and get the quarterback and put him back there, and he's going to be the savior of the franchise. Just how backwards that thinking is, in that you do need to build first and give him some stability to have even a modicum of success. I mean, just look at Sam Darnold's journey.
Yeah.
Ends up in New York and he's in a terrible situation, and then finally ends up in Minnesota with good players around him, a great offensive coach, thrives, gets his opportunity in Seattle, and is now a Super Bowl champion, right? It just, the idea of going out and just picking quarterback first and then building it around him, I have a difficult time with that.
It hasn't worked out historically, really, for franchises that try and operate that way, right? To go out and try and get the quarterback first. And so I don't know how it's going to work out for the Raiders, but I don't care that much about the Raiders.
Well, David Bailey goes number 2, Texas Tech to the Jets. And this was like, hey, will Reese from Ohio State be the 2? And Bailey kind of, just leapfrogs him kind of towards the end of the draft process, becomes the hotter name. Maybe it works out, but good luck to you, David Bailey. I mean, you worked your tail off, and now you're a New York Jet. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What kind of stability is he walking into, right? Like, Aaron Glenn had a rough go last year.
Very rough.
If it doesn't go well this year, is he already looking at another coach the second year, and
like 6 weeks in potentially.
and a new
like,
teammate that's the number 2 pick, the following year.
Right.
So,
Okay. Before we get the Cardinals pick that's coming in, did we give a thank you to Lemon Hawk?
Not yet.
No,
because
we haven't been able to run the chat yet.
Well, I saw that after I walked away, you guys gave away my seat, but that's fine.
I mean, it was easy to do. Yeah.
Lemon Hawk 1990 checking in saying, "Go Hawks! Wish I was there with you. Let's plan the meetup for whenever we play the Raiders." And
I like it.
we do have a game coming up against the Raiders this
Yeah.
year.
We do, but is it home or away?
I think this is the away game, is the Raiders this year.
Oh, it is Vegas. That's right. Yep. So that's an interesting topic that we'll start to talk about pretty soon. Is like picking our away game. We went to Tennessee this year. That was a lot of fun. That was
sweet.
That was a good get. The weather broke the right way. It was just we won the football game going away. Nashville was a very easy and fun town to get around. So it's like there's a game versus Vegas. There's a game versus Philly. There's a game versus the Commanders. So DC. There's Carolina. So there's Denver. There's some options. There's some options there. Is there a city that you guys would be more excited to go see? I know, Adam, you're a city guy. You're a big city guy.
Yeah. Well, they're just so different. Like there's buildings, and then there's other cities with buildings, and they're just so different. It's amazing.
And then there's a Chipotle.
That's true.
Yeah, there's Chipotle's. Yeah.
I would say that I'm maybe less motivated to go to Vegas, just because
Not your kind of town, you?
Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. But then again, if that's what everybody decides, I wouldn't mind seeing the stadium. It does look beautiful. The idea of going to Denver actually speaks to me, just because we get to stay in the Rockies. That makes me happy. Also, we could get Bronco Jared and drag him down there as well. And that'd be a good time. But I mean, a lot of great options. We'll definitely get with the flock and Lemon Hawk here. We'll see what we decide to do.
Yeah, we can get t-shirts made 43.8. Just a lot of that.
All right.
88 shirts for Denver. Arizona is another place where we could go, where they have just drafted Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love.
Careful.
This is a little spicy.
That's very spicy. I mean, this is a team that needs a lot.
Yeah.
A
So
lot.
if that's the case, like you talk about team building, if you need a lot, then just pick. This is BPA territory at that point, right?
Maybe. I mean, or like maybe go get a lineman, go get a tackle.
No, that would be fundamental and foundational, and we can't have the Cardinals doing that. It's interesting, though, that they made a pick, even considering all the scuttlebutt about them possibly trading out, and when you need a ton. So is this kind of best of all worlds as Seahawks fans, that the Cardinals didn't pick somebody in the trenches, didn't trade out and get a bunch more picks? They decided to trade for a running back, or pick a running back who is a very, very good football player, no doubt about it.
Oh, yeah.
But what can they do when they don't have a lot in front of them?
Well, Nate Schutz, in the chat saying running back is the only position they were good at.
Yeah, but James Conner's like 86.
He is. He's going on 93, but he's solid still. He
Old guys get solid.
Exactly. He does the work, right? But I mean, look, Jeremiah Love, I get it if you want to sell seats for a few weeks or you want to sell jerseys. I understand it.
Mm-hmm.
From a franchise, if this is Madden mode or real life and you're trying to build a franchise, like, look, he might end up being absolutely the next Bijan. That's possible. But if you can't block for Bijan, does it matter?
No, I mean, it's even tough for somebody with the talent level like Bijan to, make chicken something out of chicken salad, right? Or whatever, however the phrasing goes. Yeah, fool me once, shame on me, whatever Bush said, right? Like, just butcher these phrases.
You definitely butchered it.
Yeah. No, that's what I do. But at the end of the day, like, it's an interesting pick. It does think kind of showcase. Oh, and I'm watching the coverage here, and it looks like they have inmates that are cheering for the pick. People in prison overalls. Or
they went with
like
prison
that.
stripes. They really like, you know what, guys? Let's go full on suspender, prison stripe. Working on the side of the road.
Well, as a Cardinal fan, that has to feel like prison, right? Being a Cardinal fan, like it does feel like punishment, no doubt about
I think
that.
the Titans have to be super stoked about the idea that, because I know the idea was like the commonly mocked player to the Titans was Love because it was to pair him with
But
Cam
that was
Ward.
it. It was like Love going to the Titans.
That was it.
Yeah.
But I feel like now this works out for them, because now with David Bailey being the only one off the board, now they can either they can. Well, it looks like the pick is in, so maybe they won't be trading back. But I would have to think that the Titans are going to go edge here, and
Maybe.
or
Why?
How about a tackle?
or a linebacker.
Or why wouldn't you go offensive line? Why?
They will also
you-
need
you-
offensive line.
Yeah, you pick Cam Ward, and then
Maybe
you don't
put-
give any help up front, and then you
protect
blame him for failing.
Yeah,
Like-
we'll see. We'll see what the Titans do because that's the draft. I mean, which happens every year with all the mocks. Very, very, very few had Love going third. So that's the kind of first monkey wrench.
You started to hear kind of whispers of it, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was them trying to get somebody to maybe trade up with them, especially with the common idea being that Tennessee was going to be the most likely landing spot.
Yep.
And so it seemed to me more that they weren't going to take them. They're just trying to get somebody to trade up with them so they could
Create
address
buzz.
more needs.
Yeah, no, that makes some sense. I do think the Love pick is interesting. I wonder if it does signal that the league has, as a whole, started to take running the football more seriously after the Seahawks' success this year and being Super Bowl champions. In case we didn't mention that enough today, that maybe that's what the Cardinals were thinking there. It's like, hey, look, if you want to compete in this division, you're going to have to be able to run the rock. And unfortunately for them, they just started at the end point instead of starting at, the start.
So with Nate Schutz saying they're definitely going to cut James Conner, in my opinion. James Conner, future Seattle Seahawks.
There we go. We'll take him.
I'm into it.
I would take him in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I was waiting for Sharps to get healthy and all that.
Guys, my best friend Warren Moon talked about character, and and if we want a character guy, that's James Conner. Now we've been through a lot. Personally with he had cancer early on in his career, right? That's a dude. So if the Cardinals decide to part ways with James Conner, come here, bud. Come here. We'll make you.
He got injured this last year, right? So he was probably recovering, would be my guess. But with that said,
Didn't play much.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that his style of running, I think, would fit what Mike McDonald wants to be offensively, just tough and just ram it right down your throat.
Here comes the
so here we
Titans
go.
pick. Here we
Titans
go.
selection.
Yeah. Nate Schutz saying brisket. We'll have all the dump down options. He can
They-
check down to Trey McBride.
They
Now he can
took
check
Carnell.
down to
They
Love.
went wide receiver. Carnell Tate.
Wow.
Yeah, I
Why?
mean, if you're gonna help your young franchise quarterback, first thing you do is you go and you pick somebody who plays on the perimeter, and especially in a wide receiver class where I've heard a lot of experts talk about it in terms of, hey, I'm not sure that any of these guys who are good are necessarily more than elite twos.
Now, one yes. The thing I would say about that is we did hear similar rhetoric with JSN getting to 20 and be like, oh, he's a
That was
slot.
pick
He's a
20.
slotty.
This is pick
I
4.
understand. I get it.
Yeah.
But he's a slotty guy. He's this. But let's play it out for a second. If Carnell Tate is that kind of player, then he's absolutely worth 4. He's worth 1. It doesn't matter. He's worth anything in the first round to go get a JSN.
If he's that.
I
If
get
he's-
it.
if he's future offensive player
am
of the
putting
year.
the
Yeah.
scenario into the universe that Carnell Tate maybe could be. Foundationally, do I think taking a wide receiver in a draft where it's like, oh, there's no Justin Jefferson here, and taking a dude at 4? No, I don't think it's smart. But again, this is
They have holes all over their offensive line.
I know.
Well, how is Cam Ward going to have time to find Carnell Tate downfield? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't understand building from the outside in as a general manager and a philosophy. Like, it really does perplex me.
trying to sell tickets versus protect your quarterback, perhaps.
We won't have a quarterback in 2 years because he's going to get killed behind a terrible offensive line. Like, Skoronski's a good guard, but they need another one. They could use another tackle.
Well, here's something. The Giants pick is already in.
Yeah.
So to me, this signals, are you kidding me? He's still here, right? So if that's Reese, if Reese, who was looking at going too, just fell to the New York Football Giants, they're like, yeah, please. And Harbaugh is like, yeah, that's a cornerstone I could actually build upon, because the offensive side of the football is pretty exciting already for the Giants. They have some talent there. But yeah, man, if they could go start stockpiling and replenishing the defense, that pick was in about 30 seconds. All I'm saying, dudes. So something broke away in that room, and they're like, serious? Yeah. Okay. Hand it in, because we're about to see it.
Okay, so who on that Giants offense, you said they got some talent there, that Clinton Bonner's going to overrate today? Because you're the master of overrating Giants offensive players.
Well, I like Scatteroo, and so do you. He's hurt, but we like him.
Yeah, he ain't going to last, but I love him.
We like him. I mean,
Yeah.
I like Dart more than you do, right? I like I like Jackson Dart. I think the guy showed quite a bit last year. Look, they lost some wide receiver talent. Fine. It was kind of horizontal game dudes anyway. I don't know. I just think they have they've got some spice to them. That's all. Brent, Adam, a little spice.
So Carnell Tate goes at number 4. Yeah, something that you mentioned there.
Uh-huh.
Do you know what JSN's average draft position was when he came out in 2023? Because he fell to the Seahawks at 20, but his average draft position was actually 13. He was expected to go much higher, and ended up falling to our Seahawks at 20. I thought that was interesting, that looking back at some of the mock drafts and where they expected players to go. Yeah. What's up?
Hello.
Oh, yeah.
You guys want to say hi?
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
What's going on?
Thomas and Jeff, my son was Thomas's best friend.
Oh, awesome.
Rock the wedding ring. I was trying to get on her hand. Want to throw that on.
Okay. So what's your son's name?
My son's name is David.
And he's the one to drop the ring.
No.
Oh, no.
It was Thomas.
Oh. The other way around.
So we're not going to talk about ball security. We're going to talk about ring security with that. Yeah.
Got 12-man dancing, evening guys. It's that time of the year when I'm actually able to join you live at 1:30 a.m. in the UK, and looking forward to staying up all night to watch the Hawks trade back. Yes, it's
that's hilarious, dude.
We're getting intel from folks coming by the table, so it's fun being here live, and gentlemen, being able to interact with so many people coming by.
Yeah,
Carly saying we get to pick soon, right?
No,
maybe Carly, maybe, and it's a little delayed because we were the Super Bowl champions, so that's okay. Yeah, it's okay.
A little bit delayed.
Yeah, a little delayed. It's all good. We got lots of folks hanging out with us, so of course, if you don't already, like, subscribe, do all the things. I mean, we're grateful to be here at Clearwater, and we're grateful that you all are watching us virtually as well. Growing up as a Seahawks fan all the way at that point, New York, Long Island, I would get a little smattering of coverage, not a lot, not a lot out on the East Coast, but to see how far the entire, call it, organism of the NFL draft has come in the last 30 years, it's insane. It's sensational and a lot of fun. So we're grateful to be out here overlooking beautiful Puget Sound too, with a bunch of 12s. So
absolutely. No, it become quite a huge production.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things that speaks to that is just how large this event is.
Yeah.
Right. This is just for one team at one place. And I know there's other draft parties going on all over the Northwest here, and it's unbelievable. So kind of fun.
Waiting on the Giants pick to show up on the screen here. The Browns coming up next, along with the Commanders. So
there goes Rylie. There goes new thigh arms right there. So that's we're going to be sitting down. We believe sitting down with Rylie Mills a little bit later today. So we got some choice questions queued up for the second year Seahawk. So stick around for that.
I think they just finished wrapped up doing their autograph line. So hopefully we'll have some more folks coming on here pretty soon. The Chiefs have traded up with the Browns.
Careful. There we go. Okay.
So Chiefs moving on up, so they know who.
What do you guys think? Quarterback Ty Simpson? What do you think?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Well, I don't think they feel comfortable with Gardner as the backup again. Yeah. So maybe that. Oh, big cheers.
Well, a couple of dominoes obviously fell into place. We're still waiting to see who the Giants took. If anybody in the draft, the chat knows, throw it in there. But Chiefs making a pretty big leapfrog. I just wonder, the Chiefs are probably looking at this team being like, hey, as long as we have Mahomes, we have a window. We have some window. So this seems to me like push the chips in, go get a dude, and try to get back on top of what is a really odd AFC East. That's a weird division. Man.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I'm just kind of curious, if you're the Chiefs, why wouldn't you think of this year as a punt year? Like, Mahomes is coming off the ACL. Like, go ahead and just not be great this year.
Yeah.
Get another round of high draft picks for next year. I wonder what did they pay to move up, Brandon? Is that something that they list here?
We'll see when it comes up on the screen. But because I believe, so they were at 9. So for them to move 3 spots, I'm guessing they would have had to give up at least their second round pick probably, and
At
maybe
least.
additional compensation, because you tend to see when even on these early rounds, I'll pull up the draft chart while we're chatting, but it's got to be it's a pretty good draft capital that, when they're in their window, like it seems kind of silly. And I hear that the cheers, I think, were for Warren Moon.
Very nice.
Up on the stage.
Clinton's new best friend.
My new
Yeah.
best
So
friend,
I can understand that.
Yeah.
I can see why you'd want to cheer that there. One thing that I did hear, I think it may have been even EJ and Brett over at Bootleg talk about, was the types of draft capital that you're going to need to move around the board this year. And because this thought of as maybe a more draft not full of stars, but maybe guys that are more meat and potatoes type players, that they were kind of speculating that maybe you don't have to give up quite as much as you normally would to go up a few spots in the draft.
Okay, so now that I look at the draft chart, if they had to give up their second round pick in addition to their 9th overall, they'd be giving up quite a bit, but not enough for them to give up their third. So seeing if they go with a third and maybe a 4th or 5th, and that might be what it comes out looking like. Arbel Reese.
Yeah. Reese goes to the Giants. I think the Giants, again, the pick was in near immediately. He was being mocked for a long, long time to be the second guy off the board. So he's one of the dudes that clearly fell. Giants look at the beneficiary. Exciting edge group, at least. They got lots of talent around the edge. They did just lose Dexter Lawrence, which is like up the gut, but they got pick number 10 coming right up for Dexter, and they just got an edge. So it'd be interesting to see what the Giants do, because we're going to be playing them this year along with the NFC East. And by the way, I called the Chiefs an AFC East team about 30 seconds ago, AFC West, and then maybe it's just a bit trying to keep up with the Broncos to make this trade because their pick is in now too. Look, maybe tackle, maybe like, hey man, the Chiefs, or maybe looking at like, we need to keep Mahomes upright because he ain't getting younger. We'll see. We'll see what Andy Reid and the team wants to do.
Well, can I interest you in a Kayvon Thibodeau
for our Seahawks?
Well, I'm just asking because if they're going to pick Reese here, they asked John Harbaugh about Thibodeau in the offseason here, and he's like, "Well, I'm thinking about him for our team and all that," but everybody's like, "Yeah, okay." He's probably odd man out, especially because they drafted Abdul Carter last year at the edge.
Yeah. So they got a quite a bit of edge, but it's also a position where, hey man, if Thibodeau becomes, he 2 years ago gets the quarterback quite good. A little bit of a step back this year, if you will, in terms of the sack numbers, but the guy's shown his ability to get to the quarterback. So maybe it's just a little bit of like Harbaugh being like, we're going to build a really strong defensive line and go from there.
Well,
there are worse ways to do it.
Yeah.
Many.
One of the things I can guarantee you, if John Harbaugh's track record in the first round continues, Reese is going to be a hell of a football player.
Right. Yeah.
If you go back and look at Baltimore Ravens' higher first round draft picks, they've been home runs and then some.
How much of that is the Ravens though, and how much of that is John Harbaugh? I don't know. I'm a little
We're about
curious.
to find out.
Yeah.
So is all of New York, no doubt about it.
Next up is we're waiting for the Chiefs pick to come in, and then the Commanders will be next up on the clock. Saints, Browns. Yeah, Carly, it's a long way. We've got quite a ways before our Seahawks are going to be on the clock.
We got a bit.
I don't know.
We got a bit.
But John's feeling spicy and he's eggs instead of zigs and he trades up. You never know.
So Browns are back at 9, then Giants at 10. Just looking at some things that, maybe are impact. They all impact the whole league. We understand that. But Cowboys are interesting because I think the Cowboys are actually pretty talented, and they've got, I think, the 12th and the 20th. So that'll be really cool to see what they do. And the Rams are coming up, though. That's the big one to kind of check out and see what they do. Obviously, the team was right there. We beat them 2 out of 3 times, but credit where due, they were right there in some tough games. But I still look
losses.
Yeah, because there's some losses, yeah. But I still look back at their moves last year when everybody was so just seal clapping their move to jettison their first round pick and give it to the Falcons, which they're going to pick now at 13. But they fell a little short. they fell a little short in the NFC Championship with a quarterback that ain't getting younger. I mean, look, he was the MVP, but time is time. He ain't getting younger still.
That's true. Sounds like they're reworking Stafford's deal again for this year as well. I was kind of hoping maybe during this offseason he just decide to retire and feel like he has other things to do.
So.
But
go ahead.
No, you can't quite get that lucky here.
The
but,
Stetson Bennett era, was it? That's
all
his name, right? Big
so
game?
Chiefs gave up the ninth pick.
Yep.
Third round 74 and the fifth pick 148.
I mean, look,
according to the draft value chart, that's about the proper amount. So you talk about whether or not it's how it's looking for this year. If people are going to be more willing to trade back, whether or not they're going to have to give up more to get into that early. It seems about looking at the past draft chart. Yeah, about right.
Look, the Browns need more bites at the apple. The Chiefs maybe don't. Their roster took some big hits. It is not nearly as good as it was two off seasons ago. But again, you got Mahomes, so you trade some capital and you go get whoever you're going to go get, and you're trying to make that second wave charge with Mahomes. Now they might get a third wave out of him because quarterbacks play a long time nowadays, and Mahomes is still pretty young. But if you're the Browns, I mean, whatever. You go from 6 to 9 and go pick up two more picks. I mean, hate to give the Browns credit, but probably makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, they got to do something that starts to make sense at some point, and maybe this is it.
I think this makes sense with the losses that they've had at corner for Mansour Delane from LSU to go to the Chiefs. Yeah, because they picked up picks from the Rams.
Yep. The 29th overall in the first round.
Yeah.
And I think that if there was others there too. But
so now they get the top corner in the draft.
Right.
Yeah, to replace McDuffie, right? Since he ended up with the Rams.
So they end up dumping Rams pay a huge contract, make McDuffie like one of the top 3 or top dudes out there in his position, and they go get Delaney, and most scouts are like, yeah, this is the number one. This is number one DB. So from a roster building perspective, for the Chiefs, kind of makes sense. And obviously did not think that they could wait around to number 9 to get the man.
Hey, look, and they've drafted very well over the years too, so you kind of have to trust what they do there in the front office. He's already dapping up his Kansas City logo there, Delaney, as he's walking down the hall. I'd be pretty fired up if I was going to go play with Patrick Mahomes.
I mean, going into the year, if you're like, oh, I'm going to get picked 6th overall, probably like a bottom 5 team that you think is picking in that spot is the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
So as a young man to go into that system, okay.
That's a nice win.
Yeah.
That's a nice win.
That is.
Well, and if you weren't going to pay McDuffie or planning on not paying him, this works out in terms of if you think that he's going to be able to be as productive or better.
Right. Makes a lot of sense. So good player. We knew he'd go top 10. Chiefs obviously targeted him, moved up, got the guy. Again, I think it's just a Kansas City Chiefs team realizing, hey, windows in the NFL are tighter than they seem, even when you have Patrick Mahomes, and you better put your chips in and go. And that's what they did here. So kudos for taking that step forward. Good organization.
Offensive line, though. It just seems like you'd want to make sure to continue to stockpile that in front of Patrick Mahomes.
Well, to your point, not one taken yet, right?
Right.
Commander's pick is in. It's kind of rare nowadays, the last 15 or so
I bet
years.
the Commanders go Caleb Downs here.
Okay, well, look, getting a great safety is smart too. You know, so
Dan Quinn getting a safety for his
Yeah, because the Commanders was one of the places that Jeremiah Love you saw mock there, to help out with Jaden Daniels and everything that they have going there. Man, I wouldn't be surprised if they ended up going receiver.
Yeah.
Well, Tyson's the next receiver that is predicted to be off the board, and in many people's book, if he wasn't injured, he would have been the one.
Yeah.
Carnell Tate goes at 4. Yes, you look at the Commanders' room, the wide receiver room, it ain't great.
Yeah.
It's not great. But again, are they a receiver away from getting back to the NFC Championship game? I don't know that that's anywhere near accurate versus building in the trenches.
I mean, they're a lot of defensive players away from going back to the NFC Championship.
Agree. They were old and slow even when they got there.
Yeah.
And then last year kind of unraveled, right?
And you can't think Dan Quinn's going to stand for that, right? Like, there's got to be a point where he's like, look, I love our young quarterback as well, but we need to give him some help on the defensive side of the ball so he doesn't have to try to do everything himself. And if that's the case, then maybe he doesn't run around quite as much. Maybe he doesn't get hit quite as much. And you prolong the career of Jaden Daniels just by providing him with a defense, a backstop, so that he's not having to be Superman every single Sunday.
Love it.
All right. Well, commander selection. Oh, they're walking out to make the announcement now. We got Saints next up on the clock, then the Browns after trading back, then the Giants once again with the Bengals' former pick. That situation for the Bengals is really strange to me.
I think that's a good trade.
It's fine.
Defensive tackles are tough to get. You're getting a premier defensive tackle in a draft that if you're giving up a 10, you're like, cool. It could even be a boat. Like, we don't know. Like, there's not a lot of, it's not a really.
How many guys are a better player than Dexter Lawrence in this draft?
I think maybe zero, very possibly zero.
I guess I just didn't love the process of it because I think it would have made way more sense for the Bengals to trade T. Higgins to the Giants and unload that salary and then go and look at all the wide receivers that are still on the board or will be on the board at 10.
Yeah, well, also, too, you have to call the Giants and be like, hey, I'm going to trade you a number 2, borderline number 3 who makes number 1 money. Would you be interested? And John Harbaugh says, no.
I bet they would.
Picks are flying in. Saints pick is in, but the Commanders take Sonny Styles, linebacker from the Ohio State. Another dude that
Bobby going, no.
Yeah, no, Bobby going like, I understand, right? I mean, like Bobby gets it. But to your point, Dan Quinn, maybe just getting that next dude that you could envision being there for a decade. Like Sonny Styles is a legit, looks like prime ready NFL linebacker. And Adam, as you said earlier, is the league rotating back to, running back centric football, while also is the league also kind of respecting what happens when you get a really good linebacker in the middle to go lead. And I think this is maybe a little proof point that it's happening.
Well, one of the things that we've heard about this draft is because it's maybe not so talent heavy at some of the positions that we normally
Positional
think.
value.
Yeah, the positional value.
You have to, Adam, you must draft for positional value, which means you can't take a guard in the first round because positional value. It's like, what are we doing?
Don't pick good players.
Right,
Make sure you pick players
Take
at positions
the
that are
17th
valued.
wide receiver because they cost $40 bajillion a year now. But whatever you do, don't take the second best guard because of positional value.
Right, because it maximizes your value for your quarterback. But whatever, that's a whole other argument.
BPA positional value.
But Dan Quinn looks at this and I think he agrees with you. Is like, yes, the league is, especially in the NFC, starting to run the football more. Dan Quinn being the defensive-minded football coach, we know these guys think about, you got to build that defense through the spine of your defense, right?
Safety, linebacker, defensive tackle.
Right. Bobby Wagner's not getting any younger. No. And, having Sonny Styles, and I don't know if Bobby's planning on playing again this year. Let's say he is. What a great guy for Sonny Styles to work next
imagine
to.
if you are Sonny Styles and you're walking in to be like, okay, cool. I get to go learn from Bobby Wagner.
Yeah.
And Dan Quinn and team. Like, okay. Yeah. That's a good scenario if you're Sonny Styles, right? And just 2 years removed from being in the NFC Championship game. And yes, it was a little like the Patriots making the Super Bowl this year. And we'll see, can they get back there? We'll find out. But you got the quarterback. Yeah. You got Jaden Daniels. Yeah. We know what that dude is.
Yeah.
So exciting for Sonny Styles. Good for him. Another dude that was projected to go in earlier mock drafts, as early as the New York Football Giants, or maybe even earlier to the Titans. But now he's a Commander. Interesting. We're going to get to see him this year. That's one of the road trips we might be taking to the nation's capital. Could be fun.
That would intrigue me. Going to DC. I've never been to DC.
Oh, really?
And I just want to see what the swamp smells like, what it looks like, who swims in the swamp, like all of that.
Smells like corruption. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't drained.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure that's the case here.
DC is beautiful. It has all its flaws, and it has amazing architecture and thought.
Yeah.
There's a lot of beautiful thought into the like what DC is meant to be from a capital, and you feel it, and it's kind of it has some specialness to it. So if
I'll
we
be the judge of that. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if there's a special city out there. But
specialness.
Yeah.
And if we end up in DC, I wouldn't be mad. Kind of a fun city.
Have you seen the Commanders' new unis this year?
Like the refined uniforms, right? Yeah. So a little bit throwback-ish. I think
you
it's,
get the spear action on the helmet.
closer to the heart of what they were meant to be.
Yeah,
for sure.
No, I'm into it. The helmets actually look a lot like the Flathead Brave helmets from high school. So
I can dig that.
Yeah, I'm into it.
Want to give some love to TJ Jones 8 out on Twitter. So that's Timothy Jones. If you remember him, the reason I'm shouting him out is because he was the gentleman who came on and talked Saints with us during the year. We did a Rivals podcast with him. He's a really good dude. He's a Saints fan, so he's probably like, Saints are up on the clock.
Yeah.
Want to give some love to a dude who showed us some love last year.
Heck
He's a good dude.
Yeah, well, we'll see what Timothy's team does here. I mean, obviously they got Shecker the Chucker there at quarterback. They seem pretty high on him. I know he had flashes last year.
He played good. I know
flashes.
Like, he played sound football on a team that was, let's call it not fully well equipped, right?
Yeah, and a head coach that doesn't have a chin, and like that's amazing. Like if you can overcome that, like that's pretty impressive. But yeah, they've got a lot of holes to fill there in New Orleans, no doubt about it.
Nate Schute's saying, "Hey man, still not an offensive lineman picked."
I know.
So if you do believe in Shuck, if the Saints believe in Shuck, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe finally a team says, "Hey, let's protect our quarterback that we like."
Whether it's Shuck or the next guy that comes in,
Still need low line.
If you want to, yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Like, go ahead and start building that now while expectations are low in New Orleans, and that way you don't have much of a fan base to disappoint by picking a guard or a center.
Right, for sure.
I mean, maybe you go out and you pick a tackle. There's obviously all the tackles are
all
still on the board.
Everyone you want.
Yeah,
they're all there.
I wonder, Clinton, as you watch the draft tick by here, and you see offensive linemen still remaining, not one pick to this point.
I like it.
Does that start to make you think that there's more of a possibility that the Seahawks go offensive line at 32?
Yes. I mean, yes, it has to, right? This is not exactly the same because it's a couple of years ago when it was like, oh man, how many first round quarterbacks are there going to be? Delightful for us because we were like, we're not taking a quarterback.
Yeah.
So cool. The more the merrier, right? So the more this gets compressed, condensed, however you want to frame it, where just the offensive linemen are just remaining, better for our deal. And we've been talking about it for weeks, and I'm like, don't go chasing waterfalls and go take the 5th or 6th the edge because you feel you need one, versus like maybe the second best guard on your board is sitting there, and you're like, yeah, second best guard who we think is like, plug and play, second contract kind of guy.
Yeah,
cool. Really cool. So yes, to answer it, I'm in. But I'm out. Brandon's in. I'll be back.
Oh, all right, fine. You both been. I still have to pee too, boys. So
All right. Well, we got somebody else coming in that knows a lot about this draft. Brandon.
Yes, we've got Mr. Josh Fight, aka Josh DeHuman. If you are joining us in our Discord channel,
yeah.
So, Josh,
what's up, guys?
Welcome.
What up, buddy?
What's up, buddy?
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're here because we're talking about draft, and you might know a little bit more about that than maybe the rest of us. So we got Saints on the clock here.
Saints, yeah.
Is anybody stand out to you that maybe might interest the Saints off the top of your head?
Tyson.
Okay.
I think they're going to go wide receiver. They're going to try to help out Shuck here.
Okay.
That's what I'm betting on. If it's not Tyson, it's gotta be a big target wide receiver. So there are some people that are low on him, but I wouldn't be shocked if it was Boston, just because he's a nice big target type guy. But I think Tyson is probably a bit more dynamic. And with their head coach being a former quarterback himself, I bet he's keying in on those types of wide receivers. It's like, who is the type of guy I would like to throw to?
Yeah.
I'm in there. So like, who's the type of guy where I remember when I was a young quarterback, who is it that I would want to throw to? That's still out there. Like, I bet he wanted Tate, but Tate's gone. So it's probably gonna be like someone like Tyson. Would not shock me at all.
Gotcha.
Mekhi Lemon, another receiver that's out
Yeah, but he has character issues, so
Yeah.
I'm not sure. And I also kind of want him to like keep going down and have those character issues go to the Lambs, you know, just
Yeah, there we go.
like add that to that cesspool.
I was
right down
gonna
there.
say, what could go wrong? You add a lemon to a puka, and then what do you get?
Yeah, just
jail time, probably,
jail time.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No one would know what to do.
I would love to see Sean McVay pull out the last of his hair gelled hair with having two guys with massive character concerns.
Oh yeah, no, and it's just like the thing is too with that as well is, you know, they don't bring the people in, so they don't know about like as much about the character issues, how they treat other people.
Right.
You know, if McConnell, oh, there we go, Jordan Tyson. Look at that.
There
It's
it
like
is.
you know stuff.
It's like I know stuff.
Wow.
That's like Clinton helps me out with getting all the stuff I do now. Now just like get me connected to Coach Derek, and then here I am now, just actually doing this.
You've been doing a lot as the years progress here, man. Like
Yeah.
I'm super stoked for you.
Thank
so
you.
as you kind of start on your own now podcasting media journey, because you're going to be a star in what, 8 months now at this point? Like, how's it been? Like, has it been exciting?
It's been real exciting. It's been real cool. You know, Coach Derek came, you know, we started talking. I've been doing the draft stuff and digging more into that. And my wife hardly seeing me because I'm like over here trying to like type stuff up there. And then I'm getting connected with Bryce over there at the Hawk's Eye podcast, now actually doing draft stuff for him and look at the analytics and things like that for players. And through that, getting connected to Mookie, and now I'm writing for the field goals now. I'll be doing at least around 1 to 2 articles a week during the off season, but then definitely doing 2 articles a week during the regular season. So that's gonna be fun.
Okay, I'm concerned about this cutting into your Discord time.
I know it. I'm
Okay.
still on Discord. It's still gonna be all up on there.
All right,
you know,
all right.
I'm still a flocker. I started here first 5 years. I started bothering you guys 5 years ago, and now I'm here. And
well, it was such a bother that we still like having you around. After 5 years,
that's
so,
good. That's family.
Yeah,
that's what family
absolutely.
is. So
I'm good.
Yeah, Clinton's being our waitress right now. Let's be sure not to tip our server at this point. But all right. So Saints, they go with the wideout, Jordan Tyson.
Let's see if Josh can call 2 in a row.
Oof. We'll see.
Because now the Browns are up. The Browns are up after trading down with the Chiefs.
It would make me laugh so hard if it was another quarterback, but it's not going to be. But there's a part of me that wants it to be. Just like, yeah, let's just add Carson Beck or Drew Allard just randomly because, you know, we're the Browns. That's kind of what we do.
Well, they don't only do that because they hate Shador. They just hate Shador. It's not that he sucks. It's that he hates him.
They have to go offensive line here, right?
Offensive line is what I would imagine. But if it's not offensive line, it's going to be another wide receiver because I bet there's going to be a bit of a run on wide receivers here soon.
All right. We're going to get Brandon flanked by flockers here.
Oh.
We got Jason.
All right.
Yeah.
I got Jason Bonner coming to the stage now, joining the show. Got Josh DeHuman on one side. So Jason, welcome back.
Hello, good to be back. I feel like we have the good beard crew now.
Yeah, the beard crew. There we go.
So how's the event been? So we missed the Warren Moon award ceremony.
I kind of walked away and missed it too. He wasn't signing autographs. I was a little butthurt.
It was nice. It was really cool. Earl did a real nice speech. So that was nice there.
Yeah, when I was a kid, Warren Moon to Joey Galloway was my first quarterback wide receiver combo when I started watching the Seahawks. So.
Warren Moon to Joey Galloway. See, my first experience in the Kingdom was, I think, Kelly Stauffer throwing to Brian Blades.
Oh, Brian Blades. All right. There we go.
That was the first touchdown I ever got to see live.
Oh, I don't remember the first touchdown I saw live, but I know one of the first games I went and saw live. You know, I'm still fairly. I like to think I'm young. I'm in mid 30s. It was during the Pete Carroll era, and our just front seven just making it hell for Adrian Peterson to try to get 100 yards. Every single time I went to a Vikings Seahawks game, Adrian Peterson never got 100 yards. I think he got like 1 touchdown all those times I went to those games. And now I'm married to someone from Minnesota. So, you know, there we go. It was foreshadowing. Oh, the pick is in. So if the
Vikings isn't the worst second team that you could be a fan of.
No. They also have like the big old horn, which is actually kind of real cool to see the
Yelling
games.
skull. That's pretty
The
fun.
skull cry there. Who are they? It's gonna be. They have to go offensive line. They have to. If they don't, I don't trust
Somewhere on
Brown.
defense.
But maybe
I've been shocked how offensive heavy these first few picks have been.
Yeah.
Although I do think it's going to continue at pick 10. I think the Giants are going to grab Lemon at pick 10.
Take here.
I figured Josh Downs would probably go in the top 10.
I
so
did too.
If it's not him, then it won't be. Well, I guess he could still go next to the.
No. If it's not,
to the Giants, but
it could be. They could take a tackle here, or maybe they actually take Lemon here. So it has to. I think it has to be off.
They don't care about character issues, huh?
They don't. They don't. Especially with that. Oh, Fano. There we go.
Yeah.
I think Lemon goes next
That's
pick to the New York
smart.
Giants.
They did the smart thing. They actually took the best tackle in the draft.
Straight and back still got him.
Still got Fano.
Added the third, added the fifth.
Yeah.
Now they just have to make the decision to start Dylan Gabriel over Shadur.
Yeah. Or just decide to really tank and just actually start Watson.
All right, Jason. Have I ever gotten your fan origin story?
My like Seahawks fan origin story?
How you became a Seahawks fan?
I became a Seahawks fan because I grew up just right across the bridge over there. I grew up on Bainbridge Island, and I started watching the Seahawks when my mom was dating this guy who was a Seahawks fan, and I started liking them. And then it really got reinforced when I was in high school was when we went to the Super Bowl against the Steelers. And then it continued along going down to college and starting the LOB years and the Russell Wilson years. And I was working at a sports bar in Northern California where most of the fans were Niners fans or Raiders fans. So it was great to be the agitator as the Seahawks bartender in there. And then it stuck. And now, I mean, honestly, after that first Super Bowl win against Denver, I went and got a Seahawks tattoo. After this last one, I went and got a Seahawks tattoo. It's forever now.
Now, how did you go about it? Did you balance it out from the other side, or did you get them right next to each other?
Completely different limbs. I have one here, and then I got a 12th man flag down on my calf.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about podcast origin story?
Podcast origin story. I was living in Yuba City, California, which if anyone has the chance to live in Yuba City, California, I recommend that you don't do it. So I was needing Seahawks content, and I found you guys. And really liked the show, like what you guys are talking about on it. And been listening since 2016.
2016. All right.
Yeah, actually, I vividly remember leaving an Apple podcast review titled something along the lines of Seahawks fan in Ninerland, and Adam reading it on the show and being like, oh, God, that sucks.
That's funny.
Oh, the Giants have picked already. Man, we didn't have to wait as long.
No, they got the second best tackle in there.
Francis
Mauigoa.
Mauigoa.
Yeah.
Francis M.
Yeah.
There you go.
Francis. So Dolphins next up on the clock. What's your podcast origin story, Josh?
2020, bored, depressed, being burnt out at my job that I had at that time. It was a good job, but it was just hard. I worked at a crisis shelter for runaway homeless teenagers in Olympia.
Oh wow.
So I worked there for almost a decade. It was a good job, very meaningful, but just didn't pay a lot. It could be real tough, I met some real good people there. But I was just burnt out and living alone, and I was like, I'm going through Spotify, kind of looking what kind of podcast on this dude that saw the Seahawks podcast there. I'm like, I love my Seahawks. So I just put my headphones on, started to do walks and listen to you guys. And then I heard about the Discord. I'm like, I can pay $5 a month and join this Discord here. And the rest is history.
Yeah.
So, and
What was the line when it was?
550, the 501 would have been too much. Just about $5 a month. We're on a nonprofit budget. I can do that. Just it's been consistent ever since. Just keeping it there, and it's been a lot. It's been great talking to y'all in
We
there.
almost overlapped then because I left Olympia in 2010.
I yeah,
right at the end of
I
2009.
lived there in 20. I went to St. Martin's University there in Lacey, so
Okay.
I was there from 2009 onwards. So yes, we overlapped for about a year there before you.
Yep, my daughter was born there in 08.
Okay.
And then we moved back to Montana around
Gotcha.
2010, right after I got picked on the season ticket holder list.
Nice.
Like, oh, I'm going back to Montana now. Dang it.
Dang it. But no, but yeah, that's my origin story there for the podcast. Seahawks wise, I was getting into fantasy football in high school, and that was back during the Holmgren era.
Yep.
So I was like getting into fantasy football. I'm like, oh, and I've been watching them, like, the Seahawks are actually doing pretty good. You got the Alexander and you got Hasselback, and I'm like, I grew up watching football, but down in Southern California, but I was never like a huge fan. Like, okay, I like the Chargers. They're fun, and LaDainian Tomlinson's probably still my favorite player. I still have that Charger, that a little bit of a Charger in me with LT there. But watching the Seahawks, I got really into them that year, and that's where I really kind of started becoming a fan there, and I haven't turned back since. It's just went through that tough year after Holmgren left. That just we don't talk about.
Yeah, just forget about that. There was
We
a
don't
gap.
talk about that year. It's like a blackout. It's like what it's Holmgren now it's Pete.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I know it's funny as being a longtime Seahawks fan to think about. Shoot, in the last what is it now? 25 years, almost 30 years since Holmgren came on board.
Yeah,
and we've had one tough year.
One tough.
Unless your
year.
definition of tough is not having a winning season,
or
right.
or being under 500 yet still making the playoffs and still getting decently far, or being over 500 but somehow not making the playoffs somehow because it's really weird because of tiebreakers. Like, can't complain too much as a Seahawks fan the last 20 plus years.
We've got Lisa in the chat razzing. I don't know which one of you saying who's the guest. I don't recognize him.
Oh, Lisa.
Lisa sitting. Aren't you all sitting together?
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. Of course.
Yeah, this is the annual meetup.
Dallas.
All right,
Dallas,
Jason.
pick us in.
Coming up 2026. Any predictions? Like, no, I'm not saying like it has to be go back to the Super Bowl repeat type prediction, but I don't know, or something that you're looking forward to.
Yeah. Are we talking football or like?
Yeah,
okay,
Seahawks
cool.
football.
Okay, Seahawks
So
football.
specifically
Seahawks football. In 2026. Yeah, I think one, I do think we'll win our division again. I think the more fun thing is, I think a lot of people see Stafford's season last year as the norm, and really it was much more of an outlier. And I think that next year he'll kind of regress back toward the mean. And I don't know, I'm not saying the Rams are going to be bad. The Rams are a good team and they're going to be really good. But I don't think that Stafford will be nearly as dangerous as he was last year, and I'm looking forward to that.
Nice.
Yeah.
How about you?
I think.
Other than being Josh DeHoom an optimist, 17-0 regular season.
17-0. No, I think the Seahawks will still be. I think the Seahawks realistically could still be like 12 plus in wins and still make the playoffs. And I think that realistically, we could still be number one in the division, but it's still going to be tough versus the Rams. I agree that the Rams will probably regress a bit. It's not going to be, the firepower that they had. I don't think Stafford's arm is going to be nearly as lively as it was. I think he'll still be very accurate because that's just who he is. He's always been a very, strong arm, accurate type of guy. He may not throw as far, but he's still going to have pretty good there, so he doesn't need to throw far. He could just be those intermediate throws. So I think we'll still battle it out. But I think the Seahawks will at least get to another championship game. I think that's still very realistic for them. We still have one of the top 2 defenses. We have one of the best strong arm throwers in the league.
One of the best special teams units.
One of the best top 2 special teams unit in the league, as it stands right now still. Because, hey, we're the champions. We're still going off of last year's stats with this one. So, as it stands right now, I don't see any reason for us not to make it to the championship game. We may not win as many games, but I think we'll still realistically, I see a rematch versus the Rams in the championship. I think whether we win or lose that one, I'm not going to predict right now. I need to see how the season goes, but I think that's still very realistic. I think the 2 best teams in NFC as it stands right now are still in the NFC West, the NFC best, and it's still going to be the Rams versus the Seahawks. Round 2, let's go.
Caleb Downs to the Cowboys.
That's a good pick.
Slides out of the top 10, but not far.
No.
On my prediction for the Seahawkers podcast, I think Adam will finally fall in love with using AI, and he'll admit that he actually created this entire stage with AI behind it.
Yeah, he's saying that he had to think real hard about it. So I don't know, maybe he spent a lot of time thinking about it before developing this set.
Yeah.
Caleb Downs, good pick for them. I know Rams are just 2 picks away.
Yep,
that's such a good
Josh
pick.
or Brandon, who would be a player if the Rams picked here in the first round at pick 13 that you would not be excited that they grabbed?
Ooh, not be excited about.
Not be excited.
Because we're rooting for Jordan Tyson, it sounds like, right? That's who we actually want to go there.
Oh, no, Tyson went to the Saints. Mekhi Lemon. Mekhi Lemon just to cause chaos in there. If
that was
like someone you think is good that if they went to the Rams, they would be a problem for the Seahawks to deal with.
Well, there's Mesidor from the U.
Ooh.
I don't think I would like that.
I would not like that. Who's still available?
Thieneman is available.
I would not like that.
I wouldn't like that either.
I
don't think that they have a need. Well,
no. I would not like them to have Sadiq.
Yeah.
Please, no. They do not need a quadruple threat at tight end. That would be ridiculous. And he would easily become their top best tight end.
Yeah.
And that's just not okay. He doesn't need another weapon.
The pick I think that would make the most sense for the Rams would be Vega Ioane.
Yes, that would make the most sense because they got to protect Stafford. I think Ioane or Sadiq would be the 2 that would make the most sense because you get a big target for Stafford and Sadiq, or you get probably the most refined guard to protect Stafford. One of those 2. I would not be happy if they went there. Honestly, what's funny enough is that those are 2 that I could see also fit for Baltimore.
Yeah. Can I tell a fun Stafford story?
Yeah, go for it.
So, we've got a friend who is a veterinarian and used to work down in Calabasas, California, where the Staffords reside. And the Staffords would come into the veterinary clinic where she worked at. And they kept coming in multiple times with their dog because they kept letting their dog eat anything it wanted. And it kept having to have different, take charcoal pills or have surgeries to throw up a sock or whatever it ate that day. And yeah, they just seem like he may know football, but they certainly doesn't know much else.
Well, the Rams don't know much about special teams. And we've got Ryan 911 saying the Rams special teams was so awful they should take a punter. So
yeah, you know what? Yeah, you know what? If they took a punter, go for it. Punter, kicker.
You got a favorite punter in this draft?
I don't. They're all
scouting punters.
I haven't been scouting punters. I do think that kicker that ran that 4.3 40 or whatever, Mr. Adonis. Yeah, Mr. Adonis. He looks like the DK Metcalf of kickers, just carved out of marble. Yeah, that would be something.
Hey guys.
Oh hey guys.
Oh hey.
Oh hey, how's it going?
What's going?
Clinton, back on.
Am I in?
Nice of you guys to go get food.
There we are. Oh, look at us.
There we go.
There we go.
So what I miss? Who's who?
Well,
the Browns do something smart, which
they took the tackle,
right?
And then
the Cowboys took Downs.
Caleb Downs. Cowboys took Caleb down. So
That's great.
Right?
I gotta be honest. That's at 12.
Good. At 11.
11.
Yeah,
Okay.
12
Miami's in right now at 12.
Miami.
They need a wide receiver too. I can see them taking 11.
They need a franchise.
They need
Jason.
a lot of
They need a lot.
things.
Yeah.
They need a lot. But,
They got a quarterback.
They
sort
have a
of.
nice beach.
They do.
Miami Beach is nice.
They could go anywhere. They have so many needs.
They do. And they have a brand new coach that came from like a good system that actually
The player I want the Dolphins to draft the most is whoever the Rams are eyeing right now.
There we go.
You know,
Like the Rams, baby. Come on.
just so Thielman?
Yeah, right. That'd be cool.
Caden Prop. Oh, that's smart.
Okay.
Big tackle from Alabama.
So the run on offensive line that they were predicting between 10 and 14 has happened.
It has begun. Yep.
It has begun. So, but in these next three, Tiane is going to be picked.
We had
next three.
We had Joe DeLeon recently on the podcast from Best Pot Available.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a prediction. He said, oh, if the guy's there at 32, Caden Proctor to Seattle, but even live, I was like, okay, but I think he's going to go quite a bit sooner.
Oh, yeah.
He does.
Yeah.
So some wish casting there would have been cool if he was around. He's not. That's okay. No. But that run on offensive lineman, like you said, Josh, is beginning. Let's see how deep it goes or who pivots where. But Proctor, a big man, an athletic man, and I think he's about 6'7", right? He's a big boy.
He's a big man. He's a more refined. He's what Pete wanted Forsyth to be. Just like a big, solid, actually like very competent type guy.
Emotional too.
I love that. Love that motion. Look at that right there.
Yeah, he's happy. Oh, it was Tyson earlier too.
Yeah,
that you said to the Saints. He looked pretty emotional also, right? He was like, "Hey, man."
And that's part of the thing I love about the draft is just seeing these guys have their dreams come true, like, and see these emotions on their face, like. You know that they worked their butts off to get to this point right here, and it's part of the reason why I love the draft. And if the Flockers call it my Super Bowl, it's because I love seeing these guys build their dreams and hopefully reach their potentials, even if I might have some harsh criticisms about some of them.
Well, we've got Alyssa Conroy saying, Josh, hi in the chat.
Oh, hello, Alyssa.
He runs a non-profit in Tri-City.
Oh, awesome.
And he's sponsored the football.
Awesome.
Yeah. Going over there. Okay.
No, Alyssa is actually one of the people from the D&D campaign that I run. So she's awesome.
These are two super fans. They also support our foundation.
Awesome.
They gave away like 3,000.
Nice to meet you.
All right, no, I'll
all right, so
no, it's all good. I'll go ahead. Of course. Go Hawks.
Go Hawks. All right, so we got a little bit of an intro from Eddie. Why don't you introduce yourself to the folks who are watching?
Oh, yeah. This is Joe Thorne. I'm Big Bro Joe. I founded a nonprofit organization here in Tri-Cities that I help mentor young boys. I've been doing this about 4.5 years, and now we're about to launch our Big Sister program called Big Sister Academy. But it's all underneath the Big Bro Joe Foundation umbrella. You can look us up online at bigbrojoe.org. But we do a lot of empowering our youth, and that's the future. So I feel like it's our duty to empower the young ones, and hopefully we have a better future.
Absolutely. So what brought you to the Clearwater Casino then, other than the obvious with the draft party?
Yeah, so I connected with Eddie and I connected with Shelly. They invited me up here to come and check out and meet and greet with some of the players. I'm doing a football camp out in Tri-Cities, Washington, and that's just bringing some of the players, Seahawks players, out to Eastern Washington and help empower those youth out there. So it's really a connection and kind of connected the dots, and now I'm here, right?
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
So what got you into football and doing these football games?
Yeah, so football has always been something that allowed me to elevate and push myself in a lot of great positions in life, both financially, mentally, and physically. But I was playing football since I was a little kid. Ended up going to Tennessee, had my little stint in the NFL, played in the CFL, and just the mindset that football taught me as a young adult, young boy. It gave me a lot of discipline and a lot of motivation to get me to where I'm at today. So I owe football a lot of credit. personally, I owe football my life in a sense because it gave me the tools and the resources that I needed to be successful and to help give back and empower those coming behind me.
So every year at this time, then having spent some time in college, gone to the NFL, does draft day bring back any memories for you? Or
I mean, yeah, we was nervous. I mean, I think every athlete, especially, you know, if you have aspirations of going to the NFL, the whole process is nerve-wracking. You're looking at your phone every 2 seconds, you making sure it's charged, you calling your agent. So draft day bring back a lot of memories personally because it's a life-changing day in a sense, right? And if you don't get that call on the first day, don't worry, it'll come. I was one of those kids who had to wait till the third day, you know what I'm saying, to get that call. So it's a lot that goes into it. And I tell any athlete that's in that position right now, just be patient, trust the process, and you never know. You might be that golden child and get that call that you're looking for.
So when it's day 3 like that, is that you see so many different types of emotions come out of folks, especially on that third day. Some it's like just joy, some of it's relief, some of it's anger, just because you like, why didn't I get picked sooner?
Oh yeah, most definitely. I mean, you're gonna go through a lot of emotions on that, especially if you get picked on the third day. You're gonna look at those guys who went before you. Was like, I know I'm better. You'll Google people, and I mean, like you said, it's a lot of mixed emotions, and that's why I said it's just something that you have to be patient with and trust it. Like sometimes it don't come at you right away, or sometimes it does. But at the end of the day, if you are in that position dealing with a lot of emotions, just be thankful for the opportunity. There's only 1% of college football players to get the opportunity in the first place. So if you do get that chance, congratulations to you.
Oh, you know me.
Keep it, use it, and take full advantage of it. You know,
he's the only one I didn't get yet.
So were you one of those guys who had like every name who went ahead of you?
Yeah, I had every linebacker, outside linebacker, strong. Anybody that fit the narrative, I was like, man, look, I saw him. I looked up his 40 times. I mean, it happens naturally, right? You just, it's as competitive as I was, and I'm hoping these athletes are just as competitive because it is a competitive industry. Just make sure when you go in there, you believe solely in your abilities, right? You got to be confident enough to know whether you're the first pick or the last pick. You got to have that swag and that understanding that whatever door I walk through, I'm gonna make sure it doesn't. He was trying to jump. And that's the mindset that you got to take moving forward. So it's a journey, though. It's a process. So trust the process if you watch it. Trust the process.
So with events coming up in the Tri-Cities, if we want to get involved, where do they go to find out more information?
So we're doing a lot of different events in the Tri-Cities. If they want to know more information, just visit bigbrojoe.org. It's simple. You'll find a lot of information there. I'm partnered with a lot of amazing local businesses out there too. We got Inland Fitness. What is it? CBYF, Columbia Basin Youth Football. We partner with the local football organizations out there. And then we got a whole bunch of, local people that's just supporting us. So if you want more information, bigbrojoe.org. It'll be an opportunity. We're bringing together everybody, the police department, fire department. We want everybody out there. So please support this. Look us up if you need an opportunity, but support the youth. That's what it's coming down to.
All right. bigbrojoe.org.
Hey, appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
Hey, no problem. You got everything done?
Yeah, we got everything done, bro.
Hey, have a good trip.
All right. And I've got some super fans over to my left here.
Yes, sir.
You got your Super Bowl champion shirt on.
Yeah, I got the bling.
LX bling. You got the original season ticket holder jacket here. All right. So original season ticket holder. What inspired you? Well, first, could you introduce yourself to folks who are watching out on live right now?
My name's Steve Ellison, and our family has been, so really 74 is sort of when it all kind of began. They planted the seed. 75 season tickets were purchased, or the down payment. And I'm the second generation to kind of carry the torch. So after my parents passed, they came to me, and I've had them ever since, and we'll carry them all the way.
That's awesome. And introduction from you, sir.
My name is Pax Aragon, season ticket holder since 07.
Okay.
Yeah. Just huge fan, huge Seahawks fan.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So And I see that the Rams just took Ty Simpson from
That is crazy. Yeah, the quarterback wins MVP, and they just drafted quarterback in the first round.
And, Stafford's old, but Ty Simpson. Look, I want to rewind the clock again because the Rams, they trade last year, right, with the Falcons. Then they go get McDuffie with the 29th pick and all that to go get Ty Simpson. I hope my words ring true for many, many years. But I would say also for Ty Simpson's sake, good for him.
Yep, absolutely.
Good spot for him as a young man to go. But boy, oh boy.
But it's like keep away. Like they'd rather have them to prevent somebody else from having them,
I
to
guess.
then use it as leverage or to light a fire under, whoever's kind of taking the first
with
series.
Stafford being the age that he is, if they see him as like a developmental guy, like
Stafford's one snap away from being out. You never know these days.
Yeah, snap a bone.
And if,
But, like,
and if
you know-
you've got a high caliber team that they think is going to be quote unquote like the top of the league, even above Seattle,
Look,
as they keep saying, it's like if he goes down and you've got some random in there.
It's a great spot for him as a young man.
Absolutely.
So probably the best spot in the NFL you could possibly go to. But as a Seahawks fan, just watching what the Rams did to, kind of go the reverse of F them picks last year, right? They did the opposite of that. Usually they burn picks, they don't care, and they'll go make a trade. They do the opposite last year and they fall short.
Well, they always say it's you get the what's best on the board or what's best for our team. And it's amazing how often they go with what's the best on the board. We'll figure it out later.
Yeah, in which I tend not, as Brandon knows, I don't believe in BPA. I don't actually think it really exists because very often you are drafting for need no matter what you think, so in some way it affects you. Let's put it this way.
Definitely.
If Matt Stafford's 5 years younger, as an example, then you're not taking Ty Simpson right now. You're just not. You're like, oh, he's the best player available. Like, no, that's not actually how this works.
Right, exactly.
In my opinion. So,
okay. So I want to get your perspective because you've been the original season ticket holder. So you describe that journey of what it's been like then to be around since the beginning. Because my Seahawks fandom started in the 80s, so it's still I was 10 years in or so. But to go from the building of the franchise, the initial start of it, and to watch it grow, like we see that moment in the Holmgren era to where it looks like, and even in the 80s, like there was a possibility for a Super Bowl with Chuck Knox coming in, right? And then now 100%. To have 2 Super Bowl championships in the franchise.
So it's funny. So my family my mom grew up in Laurelhurst with Sally and John Nordstrom and the whole crew. So she's been around that world since she was like 6. So fortunately for me, by growing up in that era, I was able to sort of live that inside track since day one. So, getting to go to training camps, getting to go to the original Kirkland facility and be around all the players and collect doing all of the things that usually from the outside looking in, I've been able to do from kind of the inside looking out. So for me, it's been kind of in a good bad. It's like, be careful when you meet your heroes. Be careful, when you're around people because sometimes they don't always live up. But fortunately, from a player perspective, I mean, they've almost all lived up to it. So when they were cruddy and they were struggling, it was still extremely exciting because they were all so nice and such good guys that you didn't have that negative, attitude towards, or you weren't like irritated. And so it's ironic that with Warren Moon being here tonight, but when in 1983 we went down to LA for the AFC Championship, right? And we're family staying in this team hotel. And and I had, when you're talking about Knox, I had these sort of cheat sheets with like where the meetings were kind of throughout the day on each day of the week versus what like the press had, which were, we're OTAs or we're going to be doing informal special teams group. And they'd always switch the so the press never knew what room they were really in. And so I would just walk around again, and I'd have a football or whatever it was that John Nordstrom would give me to get autographed. And so we did all that, and then we drove over to the stadium with the team, and then we sat in the box, and Warren Moon was in the box with us because he was in Canada, I guess, and had come down for the playoff game. And so, you know, having the Huskies and my family big into they all went to Washington and all that stuff, it was like, oh my gosh, Warren Moon is like the whole time I'm like watching Warren Moon, I'm watching the game and watching, you know, and then in the bus back to the hotel after and so forth. And so you're right. There was the feeling of this team's getting ready to do something. And even kind of through the rest of the 80s and into the 90s, like when I was in college and stuff, they were never like horrible compared to what some of like Tampa Bay and some of these other teams are always like 2 and whatever.
The Seahawks have never had the number 1 overall pick.
Right. And they've always been, they've either been kind of just, you know, cruising, and they weren't great, weren't horrible, but kind of right in the middle. But they always had something exciting, whether it was Bosworth, you know, brought this energy, or whether it was
Joey Galloway,
or you know, Warren Moon, or you know, whoever it might be. They always had some kind of a cool edge to them that you can put your finger on, but you thought, you know what, they're going to have their moment. And I remember, so Eric Kennedy, who's the equipment manager for the Seahawks, I was working for Cleveland Golf Company at the time, and so all the players wanted golf stuff. So I would always send it up. He'd send me stuff and for my memorabilia collection and so forth. And Corky Truan, who's a photographer, or was forever, and kind of has been
he's still doing it.
Yeah, but he's not.
Right. It's not like
he's doing a lot of the sounders and a lot of he does special events for the Seahawks and kind of outreach stuff. But and so I was Corky's assistant, quote unquote, for Super Bowl XL in Detroit, which meant I ran film, I held a tripod. I mean, I didn't really do anything. I just got to enjoy being on the field the whole time and everything. And even then it was like, oh, we were so close, but you had a feeling that we were gonna do something. And then as sort of time rolled on, there was sort of that lull again where we were just sort of okay. And then when Carroll came in and sort of just flipped everything on its ear, and introduced that kind of new dynamic of, you know, we're going to be kind of smash mouth and get all these guys that have all these just wild personas attached to them. And usually a team has one, and then you've got a team that has like a bunch. And then, I mean, that's sort of been where we've gone, is just straight upwards, which is awesome because I went to college in the Bay Area. When I was younger, we lived in the Bay Area for a while and moved. My dad was up here. We were back and forth. And I had to live with all the Niner, Raider crap my entire life. And there was nothing better than for us to win a Super Bowl in their home stadium. And not one person has commented in my friend group, you know, so it's been great. But it's the transition from sort of the generations has been sort of the way it should be. You know, it's like you look at all these dynasties that are frozen, Niners, Raiders, they all won big, Pittsburgh, and then they've just sort of went, and they don't improve. Yeah. They just continually stay sort of mediocre. And for us, at least, it's exciting because Seattle's a fan-based town that has never wandered, which you can't say about anywhere else.
Very loyal.
Yeah. Oh, huge.
Huge. Loyal. Good stuff. Love
So
here.
you came in as a fan in 2007.
Yes. Yeah. CC. I mean, I've been a season. I mean, it's a fan since day one.
Oh, okay.
But season ticket holder, yeah, since 07. Because I moved to LA for about 5 or 6 years prior to that. So when I came back, I was like finally able to afford getting season tickets. So yeah, I'm just blessed to have it. Yeah, I mean, we're just super fans. You know, just great events like this. We, you know, get a lot of stuff autographed. We auction off, or not auction, but we donate a lot of stuff for auctions. You know, for different high schools, colleges. I just donated a lot of stuff here. I'm a preschool director at a private school in Seattle, so you know the school raises you know, school supplies, jackets, things
Backpacks,
like that.
all that.
Backpacks that we donate.
What's your biggest success story in that regard, then?
You know,
can read now.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, when you said his friends texting, I was like, one. So let's not get that twisted. No, I think my biggest success story is actually just being a preschool director as a man, to be really frank with you. I mean, it's less than 3%.
And still living.
Yeah, exactly. Barely living. Yeah.
Well, and having
Barely
having a faculty and a community at your school that continues to give.
Yeah. No,
Seems like it's a
just being, success is just being there. Being there with the kids, helping them improve, all that stuff. That's the success. I mean, seriously.
How about any, unless we asked already, about any rituals? So you're at every game.
Oh.
So give me a ritual. Give me something you're like, hey, I do this basically every single game day.
Yep. So we wake up early. We take the light rail.
So I drive from Redmond, Kirkland to Shoreline to his place.
Yep.
We train in, or whatever it's called, and we go straight into the line. We go into the touchdown city is what I mean, I'll always call it that.
Yeah.
Because there's always two legends that sign. And so we go to the spot where they sign, and then we go from there over to where they do the live radio show with Moyer and Bumpus and those guys. And usually we'll get the inside track on who the 12th man is because they'll bring that person down to interview. And so
we get to meet them.
We'll get stuff signed from them or whatever the case is. I tend to, each season, I'll grab a 12 flag or something and get it signed by everybody and then give it to him for school to auction off. So those are sort of we have sort of a little pattern, and then we go to our seats, come down, and we go to Chinese food afterwards.
Yeah, they know us. We walk in there. They know who we are.
You can't throw out Chinese food. You got to say the spot. So
and the order.
The order. I call it the Golden Dragon, but that's not its name.
No,
it's called.
That's just
there's two golden dragons on the wall when you sit down.
It's called Ocean Star. Ocean Star, the International District.
Yes,
Right.
It's right up by you.
Yeah. Every place is called Golden Dragon.
Golden Dragon.
I don't know. It's Golden Dragon.
It's Golden Dragon.
Yeah. I mean, you walk in.
It's Panda Express. Golden Dragon. Everything's Golden Dragon there.
This is Sbarro's. That's a Golden Dragon.
And we go there and we wind down after the game, and then we walk back down, take the train back.
Yep.
But it's sort of just the perfect balance. Sometimes we'll pop in. Thanks, Warren. Sometimes we'll pop into some of the other places for a beer or a drink before, but usually that's sort of our jam.
Yep. Yeah.
Makes it fun.
Habit. Yep.
So did you get every single game this year?
Oh yeah,
we did.
He actually made it. He went down to the Super Bowl, so he.
All right.
Yeah, including the Super Bowl.
How are you, Steve? My man, you got here after.
All right. Thank you so much for having me.
Go grab your auto if that's all right. Brandon. Get in there.
Right here.
All right.
Should I sit over here?
Come on in.
Absolutely. Bring it on in.
All right. We got Rylie Mills. We got
Shamar, John Charles.
Mark. Nice to have you on. All right.
Good.
So draft day going on. I guess I should get up on the mic too. Draft day going on. Draft day experience for you.
So I got drafted back in 2020. Talking about me personally or just today?
What was draft day like for you?
Okay, yeah. So I was back home in South Florida. I originally got drafted to the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah.
In the 2021 NFL draft and 5th round pick. And it was a surreal moment just having my family down there with me and just being able to share that special moment. And my life's pretty much been different since getting that call.
Rylie, you were drafted just this last year.
Yeah.
And now you're a Super Bowl champion.
There we go.
It looks good on you, by the way.
Yeah, appreciate it. What was this day like for you just a year ago, and how for you to go from that just a year ago to today? Describe the journey.
Yeah, I feel like a year ago I didn't really know what was going to happen. Like I had a torn ACL, and kind of at that point it's kind of like it's really just to lean into your faith and lean into what you believe in. And for me, I always just knew I'm going to end up where I had to be, and it's been the best place for me. And Seattle was that. So it's been a crazy journey. I can't believe it's been a whole year, but it's been a great time, and blessed to be in this position. And we just got to keep it going.
Yeah, a whole year goes by in a flash, no doubt about it. But you mentioned the ACL at Notre Dame, and that obviously changed your entire outlook on the draft. Like, how hard was that to deal with as you're ripping it up at Notre Dame? You end up having the ACL tear and knowing that that's probably going to affect your drafts.
Yeah, I just think I had a great support system, and I think going through Notre Dame really taught me how to embrace adversity. And initially it sucks. You're like, I can't believe this happened, but I felt like I was pretty, able to bounce back pretty quickly and just kind of think, all right, what's next, and what can I really control that's really affecting me in the moment.
Gotcha. So Shamar, you said Green Bay Packers for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So being out here in the Pacific Northwest, are there big differences between that Packers organization and the Seahawks that you notice, or is it kind of like business as usual for most teams?
I mean, for the most part, I try to keep it business as usual, but I would say both organizations have real passionate fan bases. I haven't really seen anything compared to the 12s, so this is definitely, up there for sure. But it's a blessing again, like I said, and yeah, man, it's an amazing atmosphere to play in.
Yeah, we won't make you ride tiny bikes during the training.
So being a quarterback, seeing Tariq Woolen leave in the offseason, what's that feeling like for you? Like having a teammate go, but then also like you recognize maybe there's an opportunity then for the year coming up. Like here's a position where starting player leaves and you're thinking like, are you setting new goals, or what's that like for you?
Right. I mean, every day you go into the building, you pretty much go in there ready to compete regardless of your position, whether you're a starter or backup. But me and Reek still stay in contact. So like that's my guy for real. Me and him still text and talk. We were talking over in the offseason. He works out back home where I'm from in Miami in the offseason. So we stay in contact, like I said. But just going into this new season, I'm excited. I always feel like it's open opportunities. This is the NFL. I've been in the league for quite some time now, and you got to always be ready at the end of the day. And even if you are a starter, you got to always have that mentality that your spot is never really safe. So you got to always bring your best foot every day. Whether that's on the field, off the field, in the weight room, in the meeting room. So you just got to be ready to compete wherever you at. So.
Yeah, I can definitely see how, they're always trying to draft your replacement, to bring in your replacement. There's a lot of pressure with that. Rylie, you play with a lot of veterans in your room on the defensive line.
For sure.
You're talking about Leo and Jared Reed and all the guys, right? And Tank. What is some of the things that you picked up from them in your first year that maybe us fans wouldn't think about? Like maybe a special technique or maybe a mentality or something along those lines.
Yeah, it's really the mentality. It's just run and hit. Like that's all you have to do. And I feel like sometimes you get in there,
that might even be dumbed down enough for a guy like me. That's
So just run and hit.
Yeah. So it was funny because I heard Ernest and his mic up from the Super Bowl when you had your sack. Him talking, he's like, it's just Rylie doing Rylie things. So do you just own guards in practice too? Do you just like drive them 10 yards back and then sack a quarterback one-handed? Is that just a thing you do? Like on the regular? Yeah.
I try. I thought we got a great group, offense and defense. So it's fun to go against them. I feel like the iron sharpens iron every time we go out there. But it does feel pretty good when you go out there and can do that.
I appreciated that we got to watch you become a father during the Super Bowl as you're going straight through Jared Wilson like that.
I mean, do you get a card on Father's Day?
Oh man, I haven't got one yet. So.
But what's that like? Your first sack, your first NFL sack, and for it to be in that moment, like describe just that moment.
Yeah, I think personally, I just felt like I was built for it. Like I played in big games, and this is what I was kind of dying to do. I missed out on the national championship when I was hurt, and I think just being there and just getting that opportunity, I couldn't be more blessed. And for it to go that way, it's just kind of like everything I've kind of put in, worked in, and to have my teammates there to support me the whole way. I think that was the coolest part. Was coming to the sideline. I think I blacked out. Everyone was hitting my head so hard, but it was really cool, and it's just a great memory.
So you talk about on the defensive line being like go straight through guy, hit guy. describe the technical part of, because it's more technical than that from being a part. So being a part of the Mike McDonald defense and being a quarterback in it, what are like some of the technical things that you have to really study?
I mean, I feel like Mike does a great job of like mixing up looks. So like playing in the secondary here, you never really get a tell on what we're in. You know, you watch the Super Bowl, you see Spoon able to have multiple sacks in the Super Bowl, like playing the nickel position. That's just one example of just how Mike's able to just mix up different looks and like allow guys to do what they do best. And you know, just being in the secondary, you know, we run a hit too, not as much as those big guys up front, but yeah, they handle most of the dirty work up front. But for us, man, just having good eyes, trusting your leverage, great communication in the back end, like that's super key, especially playing in Lumen, because that's the loudest,
how do you do
stadium I've ever been in. So
you know what, guys, the responsibility of defensive end is. To clean up the stick
clean it up after Rylie.
They got to get past them to get to us. Y'all, I think I told y'all the story when Earl Thomas ran over me and drugged me out of bounds and said it's going to be like this all day night. I say, no, it's not. So I walk up my little black butt to the huddle. I'm hurt. I don't want nobody to know. So I was the captain, so I get all the guys together. They think I'm giving the Kumbaya speech. You know what I told them? Let me explain something to y'all. Get away again. It's a touchdown. Y'all might go around.
Way to be a team player, ready. Yeah.
He made me piss blood over me, but he's here. Get the touchdown, and I'll get you guys to get back. So we were playing in Houston. So I get home, right? So my wife's home. So I'm bent all over. He done bent me over. So I walk in the house. She said, "What's wrong with you, honey?" I said, "Did you watch the damn game?"
Earl Campbell's, what's wrong with me, man? So, Shamar, Rylie, full off season this year. What are some of the things that you're focusing on in your individual game? Shamar, we'll start with you.
Just personally, just dealing with a couple of knickknacks that I had last year early in the season. Just coming back from that and, just fine-tuning everything. I feel like, especially playing corner, you always feel like the game is on you every play. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like we got one of the most unique jobs in all of sports. We got to move backwards and make plays going forward. You feel me? Like we got opportunity to defend plays and score touchdowns too. If you play the play right. So for me, man, it's just fine-tuning all the little things. Just learn the playbook a lot more. This is my second year playing in the system. And like I said, Mike does a great job of putting guys in great positions, whether that's the first level with the D-line, second level with the linebackers, or the back end with us in the secondary. So he always finds ways to let guys go out there and showcase their skills. So for me, it's just fine-tuning those.
Yeah, Rylie, you have like an entire offseason now, hopefully fully healthy, something that you had to work through the rehab process last year. So what are your goals set for this offseason?
I mean, it's great to start off walking on both legs. So it's off to a good start. I think for me, I think when I go out there, it's just I want to go out and keep bullying people and, go out there and just dominate on both the run and the pass. And I think, I'm starting to get there, but, definitely got to hit that second gear and just keep going from where we left off.
That's awesome. So no pressure, but all you know is Super Bowls as an NFL player. As a 12, I'm just going to need you to keep it like that each and every year. So go out there and repeat this year, and I'm sure we'd all be super thankful for it.
So Shamar John Charles, Rylie Mills, appreciate you both coming on, and we're looking forward to another
dominant defensive year, man. Yeah.
Well, okay. Before you go, Rylie. So we had the Legion of Boom Seahawks era. Now we have the dark side defense Seahawks era. How are you? What does that mean to you?
I feel like we're just kind of a group that it's kind of like that mob mentality. Like people come there, you come into a dark alley, we're beating you up, we're bullying it. Like people don't want to play against our defense. We want them to quit and shut them down early.
Shamar, how about for you?
Standard in the room. We don't care what nobody else think outside of that building. So especially playing on that side, playing for the dark side and understanding like the great defenses that came through this organization, like we want to be known at the end of the day as one of the best ever. So,
Well, I think you guys are well on your way for sure. And it's been an absolute joy as a 12 to watch what you guys have put out there on the field. I love it when we beat the shit out of people. So I love the physicality. Appreciate it, guys. And thank you so much for taking the time and joining the show.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hey guys, before we let them go, you know, you always see the big tough guys in the NFL, but what you guys don't realize, we have a lot of guys of faith, because if they did not have faith, it would not have taken them through some of the trials and tribulation. Like Rylie came in and he couldn't walk, but through his faith and through his preservation, he was able to not only recover, but also have an outstanding Super Bowl. We're starting, CEC is starting a Christian speaking bureau, and we're proud to say that Rylie is our first Christian speaker. So Rylie, if you want to just talk a little bit about your faith and what it's doing for you.
Yeah.
You can talk to either one.
Oh, okay. I think,
okay.
Yeah, I think, you know, in terms of that, I think going to Notre Dame was a school where Notre Dame's a school where, you know, we really embrace faith. And I think it's, you know, great to be around those kind of people. And I think definitely, you know, when you're going through, you know, a certain injury or a tough time, you know, it's something to lean on. And, you know, I just really respect the people that came up and helped me out, and, you know, having people to lean on. It was great to have a support system like that.
Awesome. Well, it seems like that, you know, we heard a lot about like Ernest Jones talking about his faith throughout the season. And it seems like that's a thing that really does connect you guys as a group. If you want to expound on
that. Yeah, I feel like before every game, we all pray as a group. Win, lose, or draw, we still in the game, in the locker room, playing as a group. Before we celebrated as a team after the Super Bowl, we prayed as a group. So, like, I feel like we got a unified faith in that building. And it doesn't matter what you technically believe in. Like, it's all love at the end of the day. And we accept everybody for who they are, accept everybody for what you believe in. And at the end of the day, it's a family. And, we just lead with that. And I feel like that's a big part of our success as a whole unit. So
that's awesome. Yeah. Well, again, thank you so much, guys. This has been an absolute blast for us. And looking forward to seeing what you guys are able to accomplish this year, for sure.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate
you. Betcha.
Good job, man.
I hit your volume.
Okay. All right.
All right, everybody listen, we're going to take just a quick break, and we will be back.
Yeah, it's been 3 hours.
Yeah. Come back and talk a little bit of Rams, because, we need to talk Rams and Ty Simpson once we're back here.
Oh, I know. Hilarious.
like physical stuff. Yeah, tomatoes.
All right, we are back.
We're back
on the show.
We're back.
I think we're back.
We're back.
I mean, we may need some confirmation from chat.
We're so
whether or not
back.
They can tell if we're back or not. We've been enjoying the draft party. I said we were going to be back in like 5 minutes, and we've just been chatting.
Yeah,
But,
it happens. Like, there's a lot of cool people here to chat with and all that. So, like, it's easy to get distracted. Much like the Rams seem to have gotten distracted in this draft.
So, Josh, we were talking about players that we wouldn't want to, or that we would prefer to see go to the Rams.
Oh, yeah.
And people that we would not want to see go to the Rams. You know who didn't come up because I didn't even think it was a possibility was Ty Simpson.
Yeah, and here we are. This is the new reality that the fans in LA live in. I'm pretty sure Sean McVay's hair gel is seeped into his brain, and like that's what made him sign off on this draft pick. Like, unbelievable. So I've talked a lot about when we've evaluated quarterbacks about like the Zappy line. Like, I kind of feel like that's the line to even be like a legitimate backup quarterback. I mean, in all respect to Dan Orlovsky,
UConn.
I don't know. I don't know if he even makes the Zappy line. Like, he's very much a college quarterback. He's not fast. He's not big. He does not demonstrate to me an NFL caliber arm. It'd be borderline at best. And the most concerning thing to me, I think his best attribute is his decision making, and that's great. But the number one thing that would concern me the most is that the accuracy just isn't there. He'll throw 10 balls on a rope and just be like right where you want it. And then there's 5 layups that he'll just typhoon. He doesn't just miss them. He typhoons them. Like it's so bad.
That's like Caleb Williams, but without the actual arm talent to do the other things.
Right. Or the legs or
Does it concern you? Okay. Because in the past we've seen quarterbacks go or like, oh, but he lands in the right situation. Like Caleb Williams, was one of those guys where you're like, there's some, like, he obviously had the talent.
Yes.
But then you see him one year in a disaster situation, and then under Ben Johnson, it's like,
Sorry.
and then under Ben Johnson, it's like, oh, okay, maybe this can work because he's now paired with a competent offensive mind.
I would ask one question. Did Sean McVay make Stetson Bennett work? Because that's about where we're at.
All right.
A more expensive Stetson Bennett at this point, right?
Right. So
13th overall pick that they got from the Falcons.
Yeah.
For trading away last year's pick.
Yeah. So Snead and McVay decided that they were going F them picks this year by picking.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
Jeez
so
Louise.
that like it didn't come up with Josh, but maybe best possible outcome for the Rams in the first round of the draft for us.
Oh,
as Seahawks
1,000%.
fans.
Yeah. No, I couldn't be more thrilled. And if you're a fan of that team in LA, it should concern you greatly that up here in the PNW, as we do this show, we're all celebrating. The entire room full of about 1,000 people excited for your pick. We're fired up for you. So congrats.
Well, instead of F the Niners or F the Rams, F the Niners, because the Niners traded back.
Again.
So if there's
Again.
and because it's almost getting to the point with the Seahawks just a couple picks away.
Yeah. All right. Are you starting to see the dream?
There could be a pick here.
Pregnant, just sitting there, pregnant, just preggers for pregnant. I've been saying it for a couple weeks now.
Yeah.
I got the tattoo. Let's do it.
Yeah. Are you feeling a little extra fertile for that pick right now?
I'm feeling pretty, very young.
I don't know why, Josh, why you're over there. Why don't you just come back on over here?
Or Amy for that matter.
Or Amy.
Oh, she just shaked her head.
All right. Peter Woods, Clemson defensive tackle, going to the Chiefs.
That's smart.
I mean, he's a big boy. He kind of underperformed a bit at Clemson, but he's got the prototypical body. Jets back in the first round. So the Niners went from what, 27 to 30?
Yeah.
So they traded with the Dolphins. Dolphins moved up 27. They grabbed Chris Johnson, San Diego State cornerback. He's
the cornerback that a lot of Seahawks fans were talking about.
That's like zone corner, right?
That's zone corner. He could use some work with man, but he's not terrible at man either. He's probably the most. If you're looking for a corner that is like the most stable, like okay, I plug him in and just let him go. That's Chris Johnson.
Yep. That's pretty valuable in the NFL. If you just have a steady, good corner, you don't worry about because
You don't worry about them.
that's a tough spot. All right, so the
But
Jets
there's
are back.
still
up.
a lot of corners. I mean, Avion
Yes.
Terrell's still out
Yep.
there. There you still have Brandon Cisse.
McCoy, even though he has the knee thing, was it the Cowboys doctor came out there and said every player that has had the surgery he needs on his knee, it takes about a year to recover, but once he recovers, they have long careers. So if for whatever reason the Seahawks decided to take McCoy, it's a redshirt year, but we could say definitively we had the number 1 corner in this draft.
Yeah.
With McCoy.
So it'd almost be a little like what they did with Rylie Mills last year,
Exactly
right?
what they did with Rylie Mills.
My understanding was that if McCoy wasn't hurt, that he was almost like a top 10
He was number
corner.
He was number 1 corner.
Right,
in
number
the
1
draft.
corner, but like top 10 in the draft.
Oh, top 10 in
Yeah.
the draft, easy.
Yeah.
He could be top 5, and I wouldn't be.
I mean, when you win the Super Bowl, taking a risk because you're Super Bowl champions, not the worst idea to be like, let's go get the best corner who might need a little bit more time to heal up a knee.
Yeah. Hey, look, I actually do believe that if you did give him some time too, that just gives Mike McDonald and Adam Dirty more time to work with the guy too. And so when he does come in and actually start playing, he hits the ground running even more.
One more thought on that too. If you take him in the first round, get the extra year.
Yeah.
So
Right.
if you need a little bit of time to let the dude heal up still,
Oh, no,
you know.
it'd be- I'm wondering, are the Jets going to jet, or are they actually going to be?
The Jets always jet.
They can't help but
see,
jet.
There have been teams this year that I thought they're going to make the stupid move, but then they make the smart move. The Browns have actually made some smart moves this
Until
year.
they turn out to be the stupid move.
As soon as they turn out to be the super one, then I'm gonna be happy as a clam.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at all these picks here, and I'm like, case of Concepcion to the Browns. You have 2. I still would consider them rookie quarterbacks. They're in their second year, but are they really?
Yeah.
You get them one of the best wide receivers in the draft. Smart. Let's go.
It's a good pick. Here I am blessing the Jets, but poor Omar Cooper Jr. from Indiana, a wide receiver I really dig, is now a New York Jet. So
Gino got a wide receiver.
He's good. Omar Cooper Jr. is legit. I like that dude. So
you pair him up with
legit. He's legit.
Legit. Totally
you pair
legit.
him up with Garrett Wilson there, and now Gino's actually got 2 legitimate wide receivers.
Yeah.
There. That's
Omar Cooper's. I like the dude, but I feel bad that now he's a Jet because that's bad.
And there's a part of me too that believes that Frank Reich actually knows what he's doing when it comes to calling an offense, and so maybe it works for them. And maybe Garrett Wilson becomes a happy person again.
Maybe,
Yeah.
or maybe John Schneider decides that, oh hey, let me get the band back together and trade with the Jets and get pair Garrett Wilson with JSN, and Garrett Wilson actually becomes a happy man once again.
I got to imagine that Bills fans, they actually need wide receiver badly, and they just watch a good one walk in the door. But yeah, it's so funny. You say that. Is my boy Louis P right there?
Yeah, give me Boston. Yeah, there we go.
My boy Louis P saying,
Oh,
"Give me
did that
Denzel."
happen, Denzel Boston
he
to
just
the-
no. My boy Louis P is a big Buffalo fan saying, "Give me Denzel."
Yeah,
So he's calling for it.
I've heard people say that the Bills
But,
in
okay.
Boston makes sense.
But Denzel Boston looks to me like, maybe Keon Coleman's the dude who could not separate and then gets thrown under the bus by the GM and coach at a live press conference. Denzel Boston wasn't like this amazing separator either. Of all the skills you could have in college to the NFL, it's like, dude, give me the guy who could separate.
Yeah.
Because he's route run, not a guy who could high point the ball. Y'all know how I feel about big move tight ends. I feel similarly about wide receivers that, they high point the ball.
Oh, the Bills traded back.
Ooh,
Now the
spicy.
Titans moved up.
Titans.
Imagine they take Jadarian Price and say, we're doing it. We didn't need Love. We're taking Price. That could be the move.
That could be the move.
That
And
could
if
be
that
the move.
happens, watch the Seahawks take both.
Yeah, that would, because with the Seahawks being linked
watch
to
it.
I'm
Price,
Prager Shapregnon,
I
guys.
know, no, but I would love Pregnon, but
this would be okay to me if they end up taking Price ahead of us because
It's off our hands.
it's off our heads. Finally, we could be done with the talk of taking Price in the first round.
That would be the move, though, if you felt
But if we
nice.
took Price and the Bills didn't, or the Titans didn't, then we'd also be done with that conversation. So,
One way or another,
That's the way to look at it.
yeah.
either way, we're done with the conversation.
Yeah. So, it's all wins. It's all wins today.
the pick is in. The Titans pick is in.
Well, they traded up and knew who they wanted.
They weren't screwing around.
I wouldn't doubt that'd be like.
Or
like,
could they be sniping Pregnon, like Nate
Oh,
is saying?
Oh, don't say it.
Cam Ward with this little pot belly might actually be preggers for Pregnon.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man.
We'll see. We'll see what happens here. But and then of course it is, will we trade back? Or look, man, I think there's a lot of dudes here that John's probably like, one of these guys.
There's so many that trading back, it seems like now that it's the end of the first round with all of these trades happening, I'm almost more convinced that we're going to trade back now.
I just
and the thing is that there are like the team, some of the teams that people are talking about, like, oh, let's trade back with the Seahawks, are like the Jets and the Titans. So the only one that's still kind of left is the Cardinals that could potentially come up, get themselves. That could potentially be like, oh, let me get that. What was it? There was a talk that Caleb Banks could be coming into the first round. Could be the quarterback that comes in the first round, and the Cardinals could cardinal and do that right here, right now.
They do cardinal.
All right. Well, we are officially on the.
Or we actually pick someone.
Titans pick is in. I don't know if folks in the chat know what's up. Or...
Here's my question about trading back. Though.
Okay, yeah.
Most of the analysts that talk about this draft, they talk about the first 15 to 20 picks being like the first tier of players. How deep is that second tier? Because it seems like everybody agrees that that's like a big tier. So if that's the case, wouldn't you be incentivized to trade back because there's still going to be a bunch of dudes in that
pick
tier?
70.
Yeah,
it's within going to like almost like mid third round. It's like from like pick 12 to 15 or whatever to like mid third round. It's all the same, like level wise.
Yeah,
it's all the same.
All right, here we go. Here's the Titans.
Here comes the Titans selection.
We're on bated breath for this one.
Get to it,
And
Goodell.
that's the pick.
Get
Raj.
to it, Goodell. Raj.
Yeah. Talk. What's the pick? Oh.
Who is it? What is it?
It's Kedrick.
Keldrick Falk.
Falk. Okay, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, so
he dropped quite a bit because he was kind of
yeah.
thinking of a
So big edge, yeah, right.
And they were looking
Powerful
at edge.
dude.
That was definitely a position.
Another
of need for them.
Auburn guy. So and apparently like the whole system had kind of a down year, but he was still a standout there. So okay,
it's a smart pick by the time.
I kind of like Auburn defensive guys. Usually.
So when we trade back and don't pick Price here, do you think across the sound that we're looking out on, which is again still indeed gorgeous, are we going to hear all of the hearts break of all Seattle sports fans like from here?
We're not taking Price.
Have been wanting Price forever. Yes.
I mean, there's people.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
There's a lot of them.
All right, so who do we want? Like if you had your choice, you can't trade back. Josh, who are you taking?
Caden McDonald.
Cade? Oh, you want the
DT?
You want
right?
beef?
Trenches.
Trenches.
Give me trenches.
He wants
Caden
beef.
McDonald. Because here's the thing: we have depth at guard. People may not necessarily like it, but like if we don't get Preggers for Pregnon here,
Sometimes I do.
but sometimes you do. We have Cable dude there that can still compete, and he had the second highest like athletic score last year. Third was Zabel. So you have an athletic guy that can compete there at right guard. I want someone just in case, say, for whatever reason, Big Cat decides to retire after 2027, or Reed decides to retire after 20.
That's where I'm thinking.
Give me the big guy right there so that Murphy can go off and go after the quarterback who can just plug the hole and just slam running backs to the ground.
Yeah.
I want to ask Amy. Amy, same question.
Amy
Holmes. She's off camera now, but she's always awesome. Okay, there you go. She's saying trenches all the way. Also wants the same as Josh. Wants the beef up the middle. Nothing wrong with that.
And we also know that Mike McDonald's all about nepotism, and so he's going to take his relative right here.
Yeah, exactly.
McDonald.
Exactly. Yeah.
Either that or a Michigan guy, right?
A Michigan man.
Michigan man.
They always say that it's a Michigan
Barham
man.
or more. Either one of those two out for edge, like in the second round.
Right.
I'd be all
Second round. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, you could sell me on best guard available or best DT available.
Is it
BGA? I like.
Is it too early?
Here in the BGA.
Is it too early for Cassius Howell?
No.
Okay.
No, because here's the thing, is that some people are worried about like his arm, like if on when he went to the combine, it was 30, but you go to his pro days, 31. Guess who also has a 31-inch arm? This guy right here, and Micah Parsons.
Okay.
Okay, can someone tell me if Micah Parsons is a good or bad passer?
Well, he was good. Now he has no knee.
The pick is
but-
in. The pick is in.
Oh,
We're
taking a victory lap.
In general, pick is in. I was
Yeah.
like, what'd you tell us? Yeah. I was with you. We were picking. Me too.
I would have bet. I would have bet about
week people
anything
say
we were
we're
trading.
trading. Now we're gonna pick.
But this is interesting, right? Because John, in the past, when we were in this position, was
Pick is
trading back, almost draft in, draft out.
But he realizes
the table on his show.
he
this week,
knows
like, everybody knows we want to trade back.
Mismatch. Exactly. Amy, I'm with you.
And you know what? I don't mind having a 5th-year option on a high-end player.
Like pregnant.
Like Pregnant or McDonald or whoever.
McDonald, yeah. Or
Price?
No.
Coleman, I'll be fine with.
Indiana cornerback.
Oh, Indiana.
My guy.
Oh, yeah.
Short.
Oh, yeah, Pons.
D'Angelo Pons. Or Stooks.
Or Stooks, who I said.
Stooks is good.
Who I said.
Or
was my-
Hood,
would be
who
my first
is the
pick.
guy.
You know? Was it Jordan Brooks?
We'll find out here.
We took
No.
That's pretty interesting. Okay.
Amy picks in the background.
We won't say till it pops up here.
Well,
NFL insider Amy Holmes.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's hey.
Who took over
If
my
they
old
like
job
him.
that everyone got mad at me about.
Carly saying, "Come on, just tell us."
I know.
I'll wait. I'll hold my.
Yeah, I'll hold.
It's my poker face.
That's interesting. That's gonna be interesting.
Then my final
Hey, Rylie
pick
Mills
is
be
Emmanuel
pumped.
McNeil Warren.
What's up?
I said Riley's gonna be pumped.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
Riley will
Yeah.
be
Wait.
pumped.
Now, what are you doing? Giving draft day clues?
You know,
like,
John's happy, so that tells me that it's at least someone that. Oh yeah, he's clapping. He's super
I mean,
happy about it.
the Jeremiahs of the world said this like 2 weeks ago. And they were like, "This is gonna be it."
Ah, look at that.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
We got Sam Gilbert saying, "Let's go. Just woke up from my February hangover. Haven't looked at a single mock draft. I don't know who anyone is. Let's go."
good job, Sam.
Phil Leidick saying the price is wrong.
Bob. Yeah, well, it's a pick.
Is that what he says? I'm pretty sure he says the price is wrong, bitch. Yeah.
I also don't know who 99% of these guys are.
It's all good. It's all
Yeah,
right.
no,
They're college people until they're not.
Oh, Carly,
Here's
yeah.
the thing, Carly, you don't want to fall in love too hard before the draft starts because then you end up loving a player that goes to a rival.
Karen
and,
Williams.
yeah, you don't want that.
Yeah, you save those crushes for the preseason.
Right.
Yeah.
Like a normal Seahawks fan.
So who is going to be our Mr. Elbro? Mr. Irrelevant.
Why we get that this year?
This
Yeah,
will
we
be
do.
Nice.
We
the
get Mr.
player
Irrelevant.
that we will be falling in love with this preseason.
There we go. That's awesome.
Oh, good for you. That's good.
Quit getting cancer. Just stop. It's not fun.
I hear it's not healthy.
Yeah. It's bad for your nail.
Make a wish.
Thank you.
Yeah, go Dylan.
There we go. Good job.
Yeah.
This dude is fired up.
If you're gonna be a bear, if you're gonna be a bear, be a grizzly, right?
Yeah,
Said it before.
absolutely.
Yeah.
You got to go for it.
Yeah.
You know what? He said his name wrong. I thought he was supposed to say future Hall of Famer.
Oh, right.
Future Hall of Famer.
But you know what? As much as I was on the Coleman train, I still like Price. I still wanted him.
Oh, yeah.
I would have preferred him in the second. But you know what? Here's the thing: you get that 5th-year option, so you get to have 5 years of
Running back
control.
at 5 years. Yeah.
Yeah, you get have 5 years of club control, and you get the guy who
go.
this year was the most explosive.
Let's go.
He's
our guy.
He's a dual threat guy. He's a Notre Dame guy, so he's rough and tough.
Dude, look, he's our guy now. Now he's our dude.
Now he's
and look, if John likes him, look, I got let's talk a bit, right? Last year, let's talk a little bit.
Talk about this twice, guy.
Coffee talk.
Coffee.
Day two last year, I get upset because I don't think even Murray is a very good safety.
Yeah, you
turns
said
out,
that.
turns out I was not all correct.
Yeah.
Doesn't really play safety, by the way. Just for the record, doesn't really play
Yeah,
safety.
we still don't know.
Yeah,
But that's
doesn't
really still
play
out for
safety,
you.
right?
Yeah.
But
defensive player, Nick.
right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Defensive weapon, but like, let's give credit and be like, okay, this was their dude. They love him, and now he's our running back. Now, process-wise, not paying K9 to take Price 32nd, whatever, we could squabble. But now Price is our dude. How you feeling?
All right. Well, I do know that Lisa Carlson, as she came out here, she gave us the effort. She came out here. Yeah, so she's dead to him already, or he's dead to her. But
he might be great.
Dude, running backs are back, Lisa, and that's a beautiful thing. We should embrace this, that we're actually spending real draft capital on the running back position again, finally.
All right, we do have a special guest joining the show. It's Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Oh, so JSN, tell us. Bringing in another Notre Dame guy, how does that make you feel being from the Ohio State?
Come on, Greg, do a JSN voice.
Yeah. So, hey, great prize here, but pop quiz. Who in the chat, let's hold it a little closer, please, Greg. Who in the chat remembers who threw this pass? Put it in the chat. Who threw this famous pass?
I'm impressed that Sam Gelber knows Greg, like just by
presence.
By presence.
Yeah. No, it's strong. The force is strong with that one. But let's take it back to Price here for a minute. And one of the reasons that I actually do like this pick, because I don't know if any of you recall, but when they drafted Rashad Penny, I was mad. I did not like that pick because, well, poorly. And so I felt vindicated, which helps with the fact of how wrong I was about Sam Darnold this year. But anyways, long story short, the reason I didn't like the Penny pick is that you heard John Schneider talking a lot about him leading the league or leading the NCAA in broken tackles, right? And then you went back and you watched the tape, and it was all not just like arm tackles. It wasn't just shoestring tackles. It was like fingertip tackles. He was running through massive holes, barely getting touched, and they counted that as a broken tackle. Hated that. That is not Jadarian Price.
No, correct.
He is the opposite of that. And that's one of the reasons I get really fired up about this. Yeah. The second thing that fires me up about this pick is this guy is talented enough that he was taking reps away from Love at Notre Dame. Hard task. Hard to be able to have enough talent to do that.
Well, not only that, there's a game, I can't remember who they're going up against. He almost looked like beast mode out there. Like guys are trying to tackle him, and he's breaking them all over the place.
I have a proposition. I'm going to call it now.
My answer is yes.
We've got
we've
got the better Notre Dame running back, and we got the better Boise State running back on our Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah.
How about that?
There you go.
How about that?
So no guesses in the chat. So nobody wins. So the prize defaults to me. Sorry, Lisa.
You earned
it. Drew Lock threw that pass.
Yeah. This is a big relief too, guys, because this offense is built around first and foremost the run game, and
Correct.
the cupboard felt bare going into this draft.
I liked Emmett Johnson. I don't have any problem with Price the player.
Yeah.
It's more of it was a need, but there are players available at corner on the defensive line who I just thought was a better value at this spot. So in terms
Did you
of
just not like the process again?
I don't like the process.
Are you in the process?
I like the player, not the process.
Golly.
Favorite thing about this
Man,
pick
you would have
is
hated the
that all the
76ers.
Mike Washington talk can go away.
Oh, well,
Oh, thank you.
Yes, so
thank you.
thankful because to me, he was. If we had picked him at 188, I was talking.
That would have been a disaster.
I
No.
would have been. If it was
There's
188, I would have been fine.
Yeah.
But round one, round two, that people have been talking about Mike Washington for.
No.
No.
It was for the running backs available. It was Price,
Mhm.
it was Emmett Johnson, and it was Jonah Coleman.
Yes.
And so those were the three.
Yes.
And I just thought maybe one of those guys would be available at the end of the second, and maybe we could do something on the defensive line here. So
But you know what? You know what? As a guy who grew up rooting for Notre Dame, I am all good to have the prices right here.
Yeah. And we had Rylie Mills on earlier. He's fired up. He knows about this boy.
That's right.
So when we get Rylie back, which we will, we'll talk to him about the newest Seahawks.
Yeah, who's you have Warren Moon as your new best friend.
He's
Rylie
my-
Mills is my new best friend. I'm just claiming it.
That doesn't
I've
make
got
me
Ryan
jealous.
booing
but-
me because I'm doing draft value discussion on the show.
Yeah, that's right.
Boo
Finally,
yourself,
the pitchforks
Ryan.
are out for Brandon instead of me, and this is a glorious day. Yeah.
It's fun. I'm excited we took somebody. I actually didn't want to trade back. I was not into I was like, there's good people across the board.
Look, take one. We've talked a ton about what it's going to look like to sustain success and what has John learned from the last time around. Looks like one of those things that he learned from the last time around is trading back in perpetuity when you're at the back end of the first round doesn't get you where you want to go. And
Okay.
so he's stuck in.
Well, let's talk about that because if you go back to the 2013 draft,
Yeah.
there were two top backs. Well, I'll just say the two top backs in the 2013 draft. It was Eddie Lacy and Kristen Michael. And so he didn't want to go back, I think, and have somebody snipe the back that he wanted,
Right.
rather than just taking him right now.
Yeah, because then they would have had skinny Eddie instead of what they got later on, fat Eddie, and it might have been better.
Yeah. And they wanted Eddie Lacy because they brought him in later on.
That's exactly right. Yeah, much to
John
my credit.
likes to bring in the guys he couldn't get
Right.
later on.
Yeah.
So, but it'll be interesting now that I wonder if we trade our second round pick or if we trade a player to get try to get another second round or later.
What about the other way? What about like we got a bundle of 2017 picks?
Yeah.
And that draft is seemingly more valued.
Yeah.
What if they're sitting there like, hey, there's an Eamon Wari type.
Yeah.
Where they're like, we can move up and still get a dude. And they bundle something and say a little F them picks, right? But like F the volume of picks. And let's go get another dude that we would have taken in the first round.
Emmanuel McNeil Warren.
Another,
is still available. Trade on Stoops is still available. Those are two guys.
Prager's for Pregnon, still available.
Dunker.
A lot of these things we're talking about are going to be
Give me the
gone by
full
the
red
time
man.
we get to the end of the second
I'm
round
saying,
now.
we're talking about trading up in the second round.
Oh, yeah.
Like as they do it.
So if you want to talk about trading up in the second round, we
I
talked
do.
about what it cost in the first round, and we kind of figured by the draft chart, Brandon, as you looked it up, that it was roughly the same as it had been before. And that's with that first 15 to 20 picks where everybody agrees like, hey, that's your first tier of guys.
Yeah.
Does the value now be a little less than normal for those second and third round picks that you would have to trade up for?
Fourth
And do you
and
get a
fifth,
better
probably.
and do you get a better value doing that this year because that market is suppressed?
It could, yeah, you know what? It could very well be. There's still a lot of good players out there that, and I think there's still that conception, and it's true that there still could be some more high end players in next year's draft. But there's still a lot of good starters here, and I think the Seahawks could look at this and be like, you know what? Let's get some more bites at the apple here. Let's try to. It's like, does anyone? It's like if some picks have gone on and they know a team's like, oh man, they missed out on this guy here. Maybe let's give them some picks for next year, or maybe package a player along with those picks and gather some more here. John has almost never gone less than 9 or 10 picks in a draft. It's really rare. I looked it up for field goals there. It's like you can count one hand the amount of times that they've had less than 9 to 10 picks, and after that, it's like on one hand you count the number of times they had less than 8 picks. I think they'll have about 6.
But I think what we'll see tomorrow and a little bit into day 3 is okay. But we saw the Kansas City Chiefs trade up to be like, okay, we're still in our window.
Yeah.
And obviously we're in our window. We just won the darn thing. Right. So yes, it's usually volume for John, but could this be an outlier year where he goes, regardless, we don't have the volume. We had the volume in 2017. So let me go get 2 dudes I love because the constitution of the team is already there. So it's like, does it flip? And is it like not flip and find a middle ground, does it invert? You know, that
Yeah.
might be interesting.
Yeah, it could be. I just know he really likes getting guys between rounds 3 to 5.
I get it.
And so
He's been good at it.
and he's been real good at it. And I think he might try to get 1, if not 2 more picks within that range. And then he'll use round 7 to start calling up agents for UDFAs.
Good. Which we're very good at, by the way.
Well, yes, we
We're
are.
exceptionally good at that.
I do want to speak to any producers of The Price is Right that might be watching this. If you do need a new Barker Beauty who can just stand, hold your product for a long time without saying anything, I got your
Very
man right
patient.
here. Yeah,
Very patient.
He requires a 6-digit salary at least, like 6 figures.
All right, getting through some reaction from the chat. We've got Ryan 911 saying, I feel immediately better about the offense and letting K9 walk. So it is nice to have that. Like
feeling.
Carly's saying, our running back was our biggest hole, in my opinion. So I'm glad it's being taken care of. Exactly how
It
I felt
is.
last year.
It's true.
It's arguable whether or not it was guard
Right.
or running back, but
Correct. That's true. That's fair.
Anthony Bradford was not Super Bowl MVP though. So
He is the Super Bowl champion.
Yeah,
I
he is the
want to
Super Bowl
remind everybody
champion.
that, yeah.
And he did get better. He cut down on the
Mhm.
amount of penalties that he did, and he was one of the better run blocking guards. Now,
Yeah.
pass blocking.
It's pretty average
Yeah,
guard,
yeah,
actually.
yeah.
When it's all said and done, he's pretty
Yes,
average. Like
pretty average. And you know what? If average is our worst player on the OL,
You're
not
doing
a
better
bad
than
thing.
90% of
Yeah,
NFL
exactly.
teams,
That's not-
right?
That's
Yeah.
not a bad thing,
Yeah.
especially when you have
Might be a little-
potentially future Hall of Fame offensive line coach there and John Bento.
Ooh.
And then I guess this is the place to close it with is Nate Schutz saying, this is just where I say trust in John.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
Absolutely. We're all part of a cult, and it's a great cult. It's the best cult. The Seahawks cult, and we're the champions. Championship cult.
Future back-to-back Super Bowl champion.
That's right.
Well, I mean, if you're a member of a cult, of course they're going to be. I think they're going to be a
And now
back-to-back.
we're going to win it in the Rams' house.
Oh yes.
And I think with that,
Oh, there's only one thing left to say. Yeah.
go Hawks.